Howdy, howdy. At some point, I'm gonna run off and make a bean burrito during this live stream. Don't know when I'm gonna do that, but when I get hungry. For now, I'm just gonna munch on this Kelhorn. I got one, dude. Howdy, howdy. Welcome to the club. I'm gonna put the link to join in the comments. Oh, I had myself on mute. Yo, 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 what's boppin' to the person watching? I'm playing No Man's Sky. If you have any questions about EFILism, veganism, promortalism, shoot them into the comment section or feel free to join. Yeah, we're gonna reland. There we go. The anti-gravity shit makes it so hard to see. And it just makes everything difficult when it comes to landing. Linear and not clear. There we go. I suppose it's on a hill. It's a little weird. The Gek word for so. The Gek word for it. Many. Oh, it's 3 people. Well, 2 people, because I'm watching as well to watch the comment section through my phone. How's it going, y'all? I'm just big playing No Man's Sky at the moment. If you have any questions about veganism, antinatalism, EFILism, promortalism, negative utilitarianism, psychological hedonism, just anything involving philosophy, I may be able to answer it, or just ethics in general, or hell, fuck it, life. You can just ask me anything, and I'll try to answer. If it's some weird questions about like some sewage street racing game like I got yesterday, unfortunately, I probably won't know how to answer that question, but I can try. I'm just gonna summon my ship over here. And we're gonna go on an adventure. Okay, let's change this to my primary ship. I should really check the. Is the person who's watching me Yudi Santoso from Facebook? If so, howdy, comrade. Ooh, that's a lot of stuff. Okay. Compare. I'm gonna claim. I'm just gonna swatch. Choose for items. That guy on Instagram. I'll join when possible, man. No problem. Okay. Let's see. I kind of want to fly this thing and see what it looks like when it takes off. Ooh, just that little movement. That is slick. I like it. Okay. This thing has a sleek aesthetic to it. Okay. I kind of like the other one's movement better, just because it's like more animated. But I like that little flick that it does. It's subtle, but aesthetic. But I prefer this ship over here. Yeah, you see that? That was pretty mint. Most ships don't have animations in this game. Whoa, lordy. Me sploin. Okay, well, I got a ship. If the next says any fun missions, maybe I'll do it, but otherwise, nah. Collect 5 Haddle Core. I don't even know what the fuck a Haddle Core is. With ancient bones, then I get nip buds. That would be like an absolute fuck ton of moolah, not gonna lie. But, nah, I'm gonna call it. I don't know if you like playing more No Man's Sky. Yeah, we'll turn that off, because it automatically turns off the PlayStation. Making bean paste, beer beef. Yo, yo. currently at if oh, this fucking geed. Oh no. I've seen this video before. It's pretty wild. Isn't that like a dog in there?
With a head injury stole 100 pieces of chicken breast in 30 days, but it didn't even bite. I saw the cat quickly shuttle on the street and soon disappeared from people's sight.
Wow, who cares? Not me. God damn. Noniste. I just I'm a philosophy major, Mr. Bad. I already have. Seems the guest is going to join pretty soon, so hell yeah. It's the comment sections.
In June of 1983 and then declassified in September of 2003, 20 years later. And it's quite an amazing document. It's 29 pages of stuff that will answer so many questions for so many people right now in these confusing times. Now, this is actually on the CIA website, and you can download the PDF and read it for yourself. And I've prompted some of my friends to actually take a look at it, and can't really make heads or tails of it because it is a very complex document, but it's so well written. It was written by Lieutenant Commander Wayne McDonnell, who don't know why we can't find anything about it. In fact, the U.S. Army has disavowed knowledge of this entire program, which is described in here. But this Wayne McDonnell guy is really, really a great author, and takes some very complex concepts and is able to explain them as best as he can. So what I'm going to describe to you is United States Department of the Army had a group called the Army Intelligence and Security Command, which basically attempted to weaponize remote viewing, out-of-body experiences, and time travel. This is the United States Army, okay? So this isn't some tinfoil hat-wearing kind of stuff. And what they did in their extensive research into finding out how to do it and how to militarize it actually wound up paying some very good benefits by using remote viewers to actually locate targets. As many have described, that's how they found Saddam Hussein. A psychic named Ingo Swann was the one who actually commenced this group, which they called, I think it was called Operation Stargate or Project Stargate. And Ingo Swann is very, very heavily studied because he was able to prove remote viewing in a number of university studies. And also taught how to use it. So I'm probably going to break this video up into a number of different pieces because there's so much to explain here, and I want you to understand all of it because it does talk about time travel, out-of-body experiences, our ability to cross dimensions, and how the United States Army actually used this as an operational tool. And I think what's really most interesting about this, and a tiny bit comical, is that the United States Army has opined that one person who can achieve what is described in this article as hemisync. And by the way, you have to watch all these videos to the very end. Don't come up with a judgment until you hear the entire contents of this because it's really quite mind-blowing. But one thing that the United States Army has opined is that one person who can achieve hemisyncing can actually destroy an entire army simply through meditation. And this is something that came up actually in a podcast. I was interviewed about the plight of the Uyghurs. The Uyghurs are kind of a tribal band of they're Muslims. They're kind of from Tibet, Western China. And right now there's quite a civil human rights problem going on because the Uyghurs are being victims of genocide. Some say that over 1 million of them have been killed. We know that many, over 1 million are being put into labor camps. And that's something I'll probably talk about later. But one thing that the Chinese government has said is that the Uyghurs are a greater threat to China than the United States and Russia combined. So obviously, and they put this massive military base right next to the old town of Kashgar to monitor the Uyghurs. These are just these very gentle to Muslim people, culturally right now Muslim, that are, they shave their heads, they traditionally wear little monkey grinder hats. The men are blacksmiths and the women weave silks and they trade their silks in this in the Silk Road. So why are they a threat? Why are people who meditate a threat so big that the United States Army actually put together a unit? United States Army Intelligence and Security Command. And those of you who want to see a little bit of background, a fascinating background, watch the movie starring George Clooney called The Men Who Stare at Goats, based on this exact operational department where the United States Army got together a bunch of people with psychic powers and they trained them to weaponize their powers. And the reason why the movie is called The Men Who Stare at Goats is simply because one of the exercises that they were training these psychics to do is to concentrate on a goat and stop its heart from beating until it falls over. And there were many other things that the United States Army did in this Intelligence and Security Command, otherwise known as Stargate. So let's go to this document, and it's called Subject Analysis and Assessment of the Gateway Process. Now, what is the Gateway Process? The Gateway Process is something that was invented by the Monroe Institute to be able to train people on how to do a thing called hemisyncing. And I'll explain hemisyncing in the course of this video or the other videos. Hemisyncing is the ability for the two hemispheres of the brain to actually lock together in step so that the frequency of their wavelengths is not only the same frequency, but the amplitudes match. They're completely in phase. What happens when that happens? It's similar to laser. What happens to laser versus an incandescent light bulb? An incandescent light bulb is extremely inefficient because it emits light in all different frequencies and it also burns off a lot of heat due to the filament. But in laser becomes so powerful it can actually cut through diamonds. And the reason that is because the laser is not only in phase, all wavelengths together are in phase, but the frequency matches. So what you basically have is one wavelength. And intuitively, as people, we know the power of the being in phase in synchronization. For example, let's take the gesture of the common handshake. Now, this may be something that you just got. People are shaking hands. But why do they shake hands? People shake hands to show an accord. So two people get together and say, we make a deal. We shook on it. What happens is two people clasp their hands and they emit one wave in synchronization. One person typically does not pump faster than the other, unless it might be Donald Trump. They basically gesture that they're in synchronization with each other, and they both know when to let go.
Yeah.
So this is the symbolic man-made knowing that all things powerful in the universe are waves that are in synchronization, not only in frequency, but in phase, so that all the amplitudes touch. Hemisyncing is simply the ability to get your left and right hemisphere to sync in unison so that all the amplitudes being the highest, all match. And why is that important? Well, let's say, for example, that you're 180 degrees out of phase, okay? So what happens is that the up and down thing, you're down while I'm up while you're down, the summary of those two becomes a flat line. And this is what happens in noise reduction headphones, is that there's noise that's going around, and the headphone takes that and emits a sound that is out of phase with that, so that the sound is blocked by a phase that's 180 degrees out of phase. What winds up happening is the flat line. That flat line is going to be extremely important when this document talks about out-of-body experiences and time travel. Because it's that ability to for the mind and the heart to go into unison to approach that flat line in order for us to have these out-of-body experiences, which is basically just vibrational awareness. And it talks about holograms. It's quite fascinating. Now, am I saying that this is real? I don't know. Maybe. But I do know that this is what the United States Army says, and what the United States Army had classified for many years. And why they even released it, I don't know why. But anyway, so the gateway process was invented by this place called the Monroe Institute. And the Monroe Institute...
They released it because it's bullshit. That's why. You know why they don't release the fact that they offed JFK? Because that's not bullshit, and that would cause mass panic to the public if it was real, which it is. So, hence why they deny the shit out of, killing JFK and refuse to release those documents that are classified on that. Now this is literally mind control and, like, beaming people's hearts with, like, psychic rays and, like, astral projection and shit that would, like, both prove the spiritual realm is real and also show that you can, like, psychically weaponize things and shit. Like, that would be, like, crazy in terms of military tech advancements and in terms of, like, what is going on the global scale, in terms of, like, political espionage and stuff of that nature. So it'd be pretty interesting. Wouldn't, like, revolutionize, like, quality of life or anything like that, probably, other than the fact that you could, like, trip shit in balls and, like, visit Paris in your mind or something. I don't know. See the Eiffel Tower. But other than being able to visit the Eiffel Tower at the very top and literally T-pose on the world from the peak of the Eiffel Tower, like you're the Statue of Liberty or something, but, like, on top of the Eiffel Tower. I don't fucking know. But the point is, if you could astral project, that'd be pretty fucking cool. But at the same time, I don't think that's possible. I think you're pretty much just tripping balls, which is just as cool in its own subjective way, because it feels really real to the person who's tripping shit in a meditative state, which is very similar to psychedelics. So meditation is basically entering a psychedelic, like, headspace, and it's from, like, slowing down your breathing and, like, loosen up the mind. I can't really do it. I haven't really tried, though. But who needs to? If I want to trip, I can basically just buy drugs. But I don't really have a desire to buy drugs and trip balls because I already know the meaning of life. It's to reduce suffering. Anyway.
Basically.
Oh, shit. Wait. Yeah, that's just me doing the stream.
The one thing that I think is kind of silly about this document is that the Monroe Institute puts out a number of tapes that they say will allow you to enter this hemisyncing technique, which is by and large not possible because you have to be trained in order to do it. In fact, in this document itself, it says that the person who has practiced Zen meditation for 20 years or more can easily reach a state of hemisync. And hemisync is something that's been happening to me for a really long time, and I didn't even know how to describe it until this document told me what was happening to me when I would do these interesting things that would allow me to see into the future or predict trends or create multi-million-dollar businesses by just an intuitive ability. It's not really just this magical hocus pocus thing. It actually does have a physics kind of component to it that is something that you can replicate. So let's start off. Maybe that's where we'll end that video, and then we're going to go into the next video on what Lieutenant Commander McConnell says. McDonald. Okay. Part two. All right, so let's start with the opening introductory part of this letter. And basically, one of the things that it is, it's McDonald, Lieutenant Commander McDonald, writing.
Poor people, they can get psychic powers and become rich.
To the commander of the U.S. Army Operational Group, explaining the gateway process and how one can have out-of-body experiences, time travel, and the ability to cross parallel dimensions. Now, when he introduces the task of this product, in basically he's trying to show how to weaponize hemi-syncing, he comes up with this really great quote. It was from Niels Bohr's son. Niels Bohr was the man who actually conceptualized the atom. That's why it's called the Bohr model of the atom, being that it has particle and wave properties. But his son, he said, Niels Bohr, the renowned physicist, once responded to his son's complaints about the obtuse nature of certain concepts in physics by saying, "You are not thinking, you are merely being logical." And that's the part that is the perfect segue into the beginning of what is explained here in the gateway method of hemi-syncing. So, first part of it, I believe it starts on page 5, is the introduction to brain hemisphere synchronization and perspective, otherwise known as hemi-syncing. Now, what they do is they talk about the characteristics of the left brain and the right brain hemispheres as and what their properties are, and I completely applaud that, and how to get the two to sync. One thing that they actually did miss was the discussion of the pineal gland, which exists between the two hemispheres. The pineal gland is a very interesting, kind of an almond-sized gland, which is really intriguing because it actually has photoreceptors. Now, why would something between two hemispheres of the brain, areas so dark that the sun will never shine, have photoreceptors? And the reason that is because, as so many different Hindu religions or meditative practices call, it's the third eye. The pineal gland is what they call the third eye, and the third eye has the ability to see wavelength information that is outside of the realm of the eyes and the ears. Now, the eyes and the ears are extremely limited as to what they can capture. The ear can only hear between 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz, and so it can't hear really low vibrations, and it can't hear higher frequencies like a dog whistle. The human ear can't hear that. The eye can also not see into the infrared or into the ultraviolet. It doesn't mean that those wavelengths are not there. It just means that our eyes and our ears are not equipped to be able to see into those frequencies. So to sum it up, the 5 senses that we have exist only to protect our three-dimensional physical body. Our eyes can see a boulder coming at us, so we run out of the way. Our ears can hear gunshots, so we duck behind the dumpster. Our hand feels a hot door, and therefore we know not to open it because the building's probably on fire on the other side. We smell smoke and detect that there's fire, or we taste something that doesn't taste right, so we spit it out. Those only protect this three-dimensional being from being harmed, but it does not give us the ability to have an awareness into seeing other things that are basically universal to the universe, but that can be trained by activating the pineal gland. And one thing, so 2 issues that I have about this really incredible document is one that talks about hemi-syncing, the brain hemispheres in sync together, but what it doesn't talk about is how that actually activates and frees the pineal gland to be able to take down universal light information and energy from what some disciplines call the Akashic records, which is kind of the ability to take in all knowledge that exists in the universe. And one says, well, how's that possible? So I'm not here to teach you that. I'm here to say what the Army says about that. Okay, so the first obstacle in getting us to sync the right and left hemispheres is to turn off the monkey mind, or the left hemisphere. And what is described here is, as Niels Bohr's son, is you're not thinking, you're merely being logical. In other words, what he was saying is you're only using the left side of your hemisphere, the left hemisphere of your brain. So what happens in the first part of this document is it talks about ways to turn off the left hemisphere so that the right hemisphere can be accessed. And so this document goes into different phases of getting us to hemi-syncing. First, by disabling the left hemisphere so that the right hemisphere can be activated. Then it'll teach you how to sync the two together. Once it teaches you how to sync the two together, then it'll teach you to sync that vibrational wavelength to your heart, making your body a massive antenna for universal light energy information. So we'll start off with the three ways that it explains to activate the right hemisphere, or by disactivating the right hemisphere. So the first one is hypnosis. And what they say in hypnosis is the reason that it works is because when you're looking at the pendulum and you're staring at it, and what happens is it is so boring, there's no new input, there's no new stimulus, that the left hemisphere winds up kind of disactivating, getting bored, and falls asleep. And so what happens is that when that happens, because the left hemisphere is always looking for problem solving, action, reaction, cause, effect, reasoning, comparing past with what we know about this, and relating past experiences to what could happen in the future, that's all left hemisphere. And the left hemisphere takes in all the information, decides what to discard. So that's why we're bombarded with advertising, we're bombarded with all kinds of stimulus to activate that left hemisphere, so that the left hemisphere can then decide what's important, gets the attention of the left hemisphere, and makes it go and present it to the right. The left hemisphere is actually the gatekeeper. In hypnosis, what happens is when we lull that left hemisphere to sleep, then it completely clocks out, leaving the right hemisphere exposed for input. And this is how hypnotists work. You are getting sleepy, and then they're not really sleepy, they're completely awake. But what happens is now the left hemisphere has checked out. So the right hemisphere is open to suggestion like, you are now a chicken. Now you're a chicken in front of this huge live stage demonstration of hypnotist power. And all of a sudden you're like, and making, the audience is laughing at you, but you're not aware of that because the left hemisphere is made to go deceptive. Now that left hemisphere is the one that would have said, hey, dumbass, you are making a jerk out of yourself. People are laughing at you. What will people think? I hope this doesn't come out on video because you look like an absolute idiot. All of those things prevent you from actually becoming the chicken that's on stage in hypnosis. But when that is turned off, then the world is your creative oyster. And, I don't know if you've seen that picture that's gone out of the band's tennis shoe, and it says, if you can see the tennis shoe is pink, then your right brain dominant. If you can see it as teal, then your left brain dominant. I'm very, very strong in terms of seeing it as in pink, meaning that I'm right brain dominant. So when we disactivate that left brain, the logical brain, we leave the right brain completely open, and that's the first part into getting to hemi-sync. Because if we're constantly gatekeeping information away from the right, left brain dominant, I'm very, very strong in terms of seeing it as in. And that is turned on, then the world is your creative oyster. And, I don't know if you've seen that picture that's gone out of the band's tennis shoe, and it says, if you can see the tennis shoe is pink, then your right brain dominant. If you can see it as teal, then your left brain dominant. And I'm very, very strong in terms of seeing it as in pink, meaning that I'm right brain dominant. So So when we
Both
desactivate that left
sides
brain,
or
the
just
logical
the
brain,
left
we leave the right
side?
brain
The left
completely open,
side's
and that's the first
okay.
part into getting to hemisyncing.
But
Because if we're constantly
right side's like
gatekeeping information away from the right hemisphere, then there's no way that we can link the two together. Okay. Second one they do is they discuss transcendental meditation, and this is a practice where in transcendental meditation you start your awareness from your root chakra and you let it go all the way up the trunk, to the top of your awareness. Maybe some would call it the crown chakra or whatever. But in transcendental meditation, we activate awareness of the right hemisphere by merely breathing and focusing our awareness from the root all the way up to the right hemisphere, thereby activating it and getting it ready to sync up with the left hemisphere. So it describes Kundalini psychosis or transcendence, transcendental meditation, and how it's normally a period of meditation involving intense concentration and practice for 5 years to bring up the range for protracted periods. So what I found interesting is they did not discuss Zen meditation except for one sentence, and Zen meditation is the easiest way for you to get into hemisync. We'll come back to that later. The third method of disactivating the left hemisphere so that we can make the right hemisphere more open to awareness, vibrational energy, is by biofeedback. And biofeedback involves using stimulus, nerve stimulation for the left side of the brain to touch onto certain areas so that the right hemisphere is actually woken up. So that's the first part of this document, is talking about how to access the right hemisphere, because we need to turn off that monkey mind. We need to turn off that analytical action, reaction, cause and effect, reasoning, logic, rules, observable, reportable, all of those things that really are so much of a part of mankind and society. So much of mankind and society has been trained to actually turn off our right hemisphere, because that's where we get the intuition, and that's where things become dangerous. So dangerous that the army is terrified of people who can meditate. And that's what I find most profound about this beautiful document. They're scared shitless about people who know how to meditate. And this is coming up in a huge way. You've heard people talk about awareness rising and people waking up and things like that. This is why you might see or sense that things are in a rush for control. Perhaps later, in one of the later videos, I'll talk about the shift from the Earth's top of the axis from the Pisces into the Aquarius constellation, and the different star energy that basically shines light on the Earth when that happens. But no. So the Gateway experience is a training system designed to bring enhanced strength, focus, and coherence to the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output between the left and right hemispheres, so as to alter consciousness, moving it outside of the physical sphere so as to ultimately escape even the restrictions of time and space. Goosebumps, because this actually works. And those of us who can do it, maybe think we're crazy, maybe our friends think we're crazy, but there are people that are recruited for the army for the ability to do a thing called hemisyncing.
The army. Army dudes, if you're watching this for some odd reason, if this is real and I learn how to do meditation god stuff, I hope you know I'm going to channel a solar flare right from the sun into the earth and we're all going to die. Just so you know. Like, that's the first thing I'm going to do if I get enlightened, because I already know the truth. I just need to have crazy god powers. Ooh. And I don't even need crazy god powers. I just need the power to, like, pull in enough light energy from an explosion from the sun. Just harness it to come to us. I just need to, like, get it to aim at us, bro. That's all I need to do. And we just get Thanos. So, moral of the story is, let's hope that this guy's wrong, for the sake of anybody who wants me to live. But, for the sake of all things that are alive and the planet suffering, pro-moralism, baby. So, y'all best be hoping I'm right.
So the participant then gains access to the various levels of intuitive knowledge which the universe offers. In other words, the Akashic records. In other words, everything that has ever happened in awareness goes up into the universe. It comes back. And how does it come back? And how do people see out of our body into, go to different cities and all that? You gotta listen to the end of this video series, because it explains it through the explanation of holograms. So exciting. Really, honestly, hope this doesn't get taken off. I've done, really very harmless videos before on YouTube, and had YouTube shut my site down. Didn't talk about masks, didn't talk about COVID, didn't talk about adrenochrome or QAnon or anything like that. Just talked about some simple stuff like this, and boom, they shut it down. Okay, so then they talk about frequency following response as a hemisync technique, and this is something where they try to explain hemisyncing as the beats between two hemispheres, and if you can hear it through your ears, through tapes, then your response will follow the frequency that it hears. Now, this is really not correct, and it's really wrong.
Now, this one particular frequency is called the natural resonant frequency of the crystal.
Frequency following response means that the body responds by matching to a frequency. Now, here's something that I've done a video before talking about how crystals work. And crystals are not like, well, man, it's so cool, that, like, you do crystals and, like, totally, like, the crown chakra and the root chakra, when they get together and it's just like magic. Crystals are probably one of the easiest to understand but most widely confused topics for people, especially people who wear turbans and crystal stores and things like that. They come up with all kinds of stuff that just makes me, like, facepalm when I hear it. Crystals are so simple to understand. A crystal is an item that has a lattice-like structure inside it that allows it to emit a single frequency only. Okay, now that is based on the thickness, based on the composition of the crystal, but I'll tell you that much. This rose quartz sounds like this, ooh, and if I were to cut it thinner, it would go ooh, or whatever. It emits one frequency only. That's the beauty of crystals. And so everything in the world that is electronic, digital, Silicon Valley, liquid crystal display, a quartz oscillator, a quartz watch, everything is based on crystals. Crystals have the unique capability, because they can emit only one frequency. It's great for the microchip, because in the old days, computers are binary, right? 8 bits, so 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0. With crystals, rather than having tubes to indicate what the bit structure of that piece of information, the crystals can actually, through a process called doping, can run current through different frequencies and therefore come up with a different result or a different conclusion. And that's what makes the microchip able to take your phone and turn it into something that is millions of times more powerful than the computers that took man to the moon. So in frequency following response, what it basically means is that your body will respond to a frequency and then it will respond. So frequency following response. So that means that when you say, for example, your third eye chakra, I think it hums at like 768 hertz, the natural wavelength of it. You'll have to look it up. But so say, for example, that you're being inundated with negative thoughts or emotions or energies, and your chakras start to actually vibrate lower. So instead of going like the world wants it to, like in harmony with nature and everything like that, because you're thinking about your bills, your taxes, or that boy who won't text you back, it goes and it goes down a little bit lower. What happens is that your chakras are now not in balance. And what's a chakra, dude? A chakra is simply a point of low resistance, electrical resistance on your body. And there's crown chakra, there's third eye chakra, crown chakra, throat chakra. In Chinese medicine, they're called dantians, but it all basically means the same thing. These are USB ports in order to connect to your body. And this is something that acupuncturists have known about for centuries, the ability to go into the hard circuitry wiring of the body, because we're all just electricity. There's nothing that isn't electrical about us. Nerve stimulation, thoughts, brain activity, the pacemaker in your heart, this is all electrical. And the proof of that is where electricity is, the moment that we die and our electrical energy leaves the body, what does the body do? It decomposes, literally turns into soil, because there's not that electrical energy. You can't put any probes on anywhere in the body and feel an electrical wave pattern. That's because when the electrical energy leaves our body, then the body dies. So the body is electrical. And therefore, in the chakra healing, when we, and you can look this up, by the way, what is the frequency for the root chakra? And it'll give you a number on Google. It'll tell you what's, this amount. It doesn't have to be that exact frequency, but if you can put a frequency oscillator and get you back where it's like the body doesn't want to hear, and it's supposed to be, it won't like the dissonance of it being out of tune. Okay, so that's actually in tune. Now listen what happens when I take it out of tune. That sounds horrible, right? Now I'm bringing it back into tune. Let me take it out. So if your body hears that, it will tune up. Frequency following response. Your body will tune up based on hearing the vibrational energy from a crystal that emits only one frequency, and it will tune up so that you are now basically in balance to the way you should be. And that's why crystal healing works. It doesn't work the way most people do it. I've gone into crystal stores and people go, oh yeah, like one of the funniest things I've ever seen is this person brings in a bag full of crystals, which is a horrible idea to stick a bag on together because they're going to sound like this. They're all different frequencies and they all don't resonate with each other. They're not harmonious. They're not in thirds or fifths or anything that actually sounds pleasant. It's actually very unpleasant. The more crystals you have, the more it sounds like a whole bunch of instruments in an orchestra, all completely out of tune. So this person brings in this bag of crystals, which I'm just like, oh my God, why a bag of crystals? And then she lays them out on the counter. And then this lady who owns the store takes a tuning fork and she touches it to each of the crystals and then charges the lady $20 to tune the crystals. You cannot tune a crystal. The crystal has an inherent frequency, which is the definition of a crystal, to be one frequency only. So in order to say that I'm going to take my A tuning fork, which is actually discordant with anything that's in nature, and touch it to crystals is kind of foolhardy. Crystals, so that you know the truth, emit one frequency only, and as do your chakras. But now your chakras can go out of tune. Okay, so in frequency following response, unfortunately, what the CIA document tried to say was that you can listen to these Monroe Institute tapes, and then your body will then sync the two hemispheres together, which does not happen. And this is why they haven't been able to have tens of thousands of soldiers all going out there and going and dissolving buildings, because it cannot be trained like that. It can be trained, as it says in this document, by a Zen practitioner with 20 years of practice can easily achieve hemi-syncing. Now, I've been role of resonance. I've been studying Zen meditation since I was 12 years old. I had to take it because I went to a karate school called Zen-Do-Ryu karate, which is the style of Zen in karate. And this was a really effective system of kind of a Japanese kendo style of karate, but it also incorporated Zen. And the reason that is because when we become filled with emotional anger and we're in an emotional state, all we can think about is punching that guy in the nose. And Mike Tyson said, whenever we start a fight, we always have a plan, but that plan gets completely thrown out the window the minute you absorb your first punch. In Zen-Do-Ryu karate, we put ourselves into the observant, not reactive, not opinionated, just the observant state of being in Zen, we call Satori, and therefore we can easily block without having to think about, oh, this is coming and this is going to go like that, and then we're going to do that's not part of it, because I think one of the flaws of many of the martial arts is that they're very technique based, and they say, man coming at you with a knife, I've got 4 different types of blocks that I can do, which one do I decide? Left brain, come on, act fast. By that time you've got a knife in your eyeball. So Zender was really wonderful, but being at that age with their hormones raging, and Dr. Skornia, the sensei of the school, puts me into these long classes simply because he asked me, why am I coming to karate? And I said, because I want to beat kids up at school. So he stuck me in lotus position, made me go to these classes up to 4 hours long, and I discovered Zen meditation. Zen meditation, if you read my previous memoirs book that was published, has become a really huge part of my life because of the awareness, the non-reactive, the ability to observe, but also to have OOB and being able to see different places and times. Ooh, you're so weird. Okay, so I'm not going to say that. I'm going to let the army say it. Okay, so in frequency following response, that's the only thing that I think is kind of flawed about this document, other than the fact that they forget about the pineal gland's role. Okay, I'm going to break it into the third video now. We're in the third part of this video where this is the coolest part, where this talks about holograms and the role of holograms in having out-of-body experiences, the ability to see the future, the past, and
Hologram.
and remote viewing. Again, remember, this is the United States Army's militarization, practicality study of the ability to use psychic power to give the Army a military advantage. And one of the things that you'll see, I really do urge you to watch this movie, The Man Who Stared Goats, starring George Clooney, because they talk about the Russians actually does his best to do it, and he's got a hard
And
job ahead of us, so let me
think to
explain what
be a
hologram is.
bunch of
Let's say
Ukrainians
that you
dying heart
have a tank
attacks
of very, very still water. Okay,
Russians doing them.
I drop a pebble. Wait, listen. In one remote part of the tank. Ripples come out from that tank, don't they? Waves, ripples, you've seen. Okay. So I'm sitting here, and then bang, as soon as it drops and then the ripples start to form, I freeze the entire tank in a heartbeat, in a flash. And I cut away out all the ice until there's only this little tiny piece of that big tank. And guess what? I can tell you where that pebble dropped, how far away and how far down into the tank it dropped. How do I know that? Because the shape of the arc, if it's coming at me, it's going to look like that. And the width of the waves. If it was from far away, then those waves will be distant apart and have a large, flatter arc. I hope you can understand that. So when we drop the pebble, a wave comes at us, we can take the tiniest little part of that thing, we can sense the arc of that vibrational pattern, we can sense the distance from the event happening, and we can do what's called a hologram. Hologram is actually the ability to take something and to expand its dimensional capability. So in other words, we can say from that little tiny part of the sample area we call very low resolution, we can fill in the blanks. It's just like if you had a picture of maybe 1/4 of your face, but you knew that person's face, maybe it was Abraham Lincoln, and then you could just kind of see the rest of it through the hologram. Here's another example of a hologram that you may
Well, I didn't know that was
because this is going to talk about the third, fourth, fifth dimensions later in the document. But one interesting thing about hologram is that you're looking at holograms every day. In fact, you're looking at one right now because you are looking at a two-dimensional physical plane. But you're looking at me, and you can see behind me there's an elevator, there's a base, there's a refrigerator. There's really wonderful gift I got from Jimmy Page, a signed copy of their album. The song remains the same, and he signed it. The song remains the same. You can see that all behind me. You can infer that those things are behind me because this is a hologram. You are actually able to see 3 dimensions when you're really looking at 2. So the flat surface is a hologram. What are the 2 and 3 dimensions? Well, 2 dimensions is length, second dimension is height, and then the third dimension is depth. Okay, so in what you're looking at right now, this is a hologram. A hologram basically allows you to infer from the information that you're already seeing what exists that you can't see. Does that make sense? That's a hologram. When we look at a Canadian currency, there's a hologram on it. When you look at a credit card, there's a hologram on it, and you can turn the Visa and you can see like a dove or whatever, 3-dimensional. That's, you're looking at a 2-dimensional thing and you're able to see 3 dimensions. That's a hologram. So what happens in hologram viewing is when you are able to see holograms, and what is a hologram? But it is a disturbance of stillness. So, for example, in a very, very still tank, somebody drops the pebble, the waves come at me, we can see by any portion of that tank how far away that pebble was, where it was in the tank, and a lot of things about it. In fact, if we're good enough, we can actually see what the pebble looked like, and you go, how can that happen? Well, I'll tell you how that can happen. A bat doesn't have the luxury of eyes that work. What it does is it sends out sonar. Same thing with dolphins. They send out a beep, and they wait for that echo to come back. And there's so much information in that echo, a hologram, that they can actually see the shape and the design, the 3-dimensionality of whatever it is, the stalagmites in a cave, by sending out a sound and hearing what comes back. That in itself is a hologram. So assuming that you know how to perceive a hologram, then you can, of course, see if the thing that dropped into the river was this, then you'd be able to see the crags and everything like that. Now, let me give you another interesting thing about the hologram. You realize that that pebble, by the time it reached you, was something that, for you, it's past. It happened, but the information that got to you is in the past, according to that pebble. But guess what it is to you? It's in the future, according to you. Because by that time that wave hits you, then you'll know that there was a pebble out there, right? So when it talks about the 5th dimension and being able to sense the continuity of time, that in itself is a hologram. So, for example, I'm sitting here and there's all these different things that are happening, and they create a ripple, like when I clap. That goes out to the universe. Ripples. Guess what? It also sends ripples coming back. And when you hit something, those ripples continue to go out, but you can see them as they echo out. And that is called the Akashic Records. Anything that has ever happened on the earth, the universe, winds up being able for you to see it. I explain it to my children. I call it the Google universe. In fact, so many things in technology mimic the universal light energy that we can perceive. Things like saying, we uploaded the file to the cloud. This isn't a cloud. This is something that sits in a bunker underground in a nuclear silo in Santa Fe or something like that. But they call it the cloud to kind of, I guess, maybe in a way confuse us to our ability to access the Akashic Records, because anything that ever happened at any point in time, not only this dimension, but in other parallel dimensions, goes up into the universe, but is accessible by all, because any vibrational energy is a disturbance of the calm into the future, look outside of our bodies, travel in space and time. So, it'll come clear later as you go into this video series a little bit more. Chapter 13, the part encodes the whole. They're talking about holograms. So it says, of further importance is the fact that even if we dropped our frozen hologram of the ripple pattern on the floor and broke it into a number of pieces, each individual piece would recreate the entire holographic image all by itself. The smaller the piece, the fuzzier and more distorted would be this resulting holographic projection. But the fact remains that whole projection would nonetheless be happened. All of that stuff is part of the hologram. And if we can have access to this little part of the hologram, then we can see the entire universe, because we're able to access any of those waves. Now, this is really, really hard for us to understand if we rely on our 5 dimensions. So let's just put that all away. Let's just suspend our left brain logical thought, and let me take you on a little tiny adventure.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that, but it sounds pretty cool and all. Yeah, anyways. Meditation just makes you trip balls, guys. Trip balls, just hallucinating in the story. Apparently, I've potentially seen Moloch, the owl demon that rules all of Earth, and But hey, if I've tripped balls and seen basically this plains god, well, he's pretty big chilling, I guess. He's not really doing much of anything, I guess. He's just kind of like sitting there and like watching stuff. I mean, honestly, this is pretty boring. I mean, like, if I was him, I'd just skedaddle out of life. But, I mean, big watch things or whatever. I mean, if you want, my dude, like, enjoy being observant. Okay, big old eye guy. I can eat Dorito. Salmon Dorito with just a Tostitos. I can pronounce things wrong in the physical plane. What do you do? Like, watch things? That's pretty gay, bro. Cuck. Reality cuck. Cuck boy. I'm just hoping I get smite by God, please. Fucking A. Just kidding.
This is the most fun spell I've ever seen in Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. It is utterly insane, and it's so bold. I love it. However, we can't have this in the game. Now we're at the negative. Obviously, ridiculously overpowered. I like that it's really bold, but like, I wish you were more bold with the marshals. Just like, oh, here's an AoE feature for the marshals. But no, they're not going to do that for some reason. Oh, what does one of my spell do? Oh, sorry about that. We're wasting time. It allows you to change one of your spells temporarily in a way described. If you upcast a spell, you get to even change multiple elements. The elements include making the spell's concentration unbreakable through damage. What's the first thing you think about? Well, Wall of Force. Unbreakable Wall of Force. With Ritual, I can make infinite Mirage Arcades. What's this? Only affects enemies or allies? Oh, Sleep Storm gives all my allies advantage on attacks. Removes components? Oh, hello, Free Force Gauge. Thank you very much. Or change damage types? Hello, Acid Fireballs. Well, to be fair, this one is I think this one's okay. Acid Fireball sounds really fun. But we're not done yet. To top it all off, at level 9, wizards get to make these changes permanently through the Create Spell Ritual spell, without increasing the spell level at all, even though they are much better. I feel like I'm in a time machine right now. We're going back to Pathfinder 1 or like 3.5. Who asked for these wizard buffs? I don't understand. Sure, create spell costs money, but who cares? It is insanity. At least you cannot make it free through modify spell because it's not an arcane spell. Oh yeah, another feature at level 5 allows wizards to memorize spells in the middle of the day, because why not? Why would your choices at the start of the day need to matter? There are just so many incredible choices for modify spell, especially
Well,
when you get
goddamn.
to change multiple elements. Obviously, the almost
Subscribe to Pack Tactics if you like D&D. He has great videos. Or they have great videos. I assume it's a he, but, assumptions these days.
in this episode, I talked to Professor David Benton, 1980s.
David Bean. I shall watch that later. David Beanie. Big rip that he got fired from the South African Institute of Philosophy or whatever the fuck it was. Their South African School of Lameness.
situation. Howdy, howdy, of our serious question.
Howdy, howdy. Okay.
PvE game where there's an infinite universe to explore. In No Man's Sky, you're able to create bases, farm, buy your own spaceship, and explore the universe. With many unique planets, there's a lot you can do. On top of that, fighting enemies, completing bounties, and doing quests. This game is absolutely huge, so there's no way I'm able to do everything in the 100 days. But I'm gonna try to get as much done as I possibly can. And also, if you enjoyed today's video, make sure you like and subscribe, because we're trying to hit 100,000 subscribers in my space soon. So the first thing I went out to do is go get some ferrite dust. You're able to collect materials in this game by using your multi-tool. Your multi-tool has a bunch of different options, like your mining laser, your boltcaster, and a bunch of types of in 16 just over and over. I don't know what that means, but I went back to the surface anyways, because I had to go get copper. Copper is got from I was able to craft it, so I had to go one spot for it. For I don't even know what this is. But once you got there, you finally were able to get the answer to it, but it's very weird because I saw the recipe and I don't really know. But after I walked through different systems for the first time. I traveled to the next mission location and was looking for a fuel source, and I found this eye building. I don't know, the game calls it an eye. It doesn't look like an eye. It just looks like a, I don't know. I don't I don't know what this is. Next I went to the stranger's coordinates, and there wasn't much there. It was just a spaceship and some cargo, and that was it. But I did go to the space station to get myself another upgrade for my exosuit, which obviously nothing special, just another inventory slot, but still very useful. And while I was there, I also sold myself a banana, which you obviously get 20 units out of. And I also forgot to mention that there is an economy in this game, but I just never wanted to figure out how to do it. Wasn't planning on looking up a video on the most efficient and the best ways to possibly get money or to get stuff at a cheap price. I just didn't really feel like going through all that because there's so much to do already, and learning that on top of it was like, not really. So the entire 100 days I would not worry about it, but it is something that is there. But I also found this random spaceship outside the space station, and I just shot him. This is a completely innocent ship, and I wanted to see what happened. So there's a wanted level of this game. There are these things called sentinels that'll track you down and pretty much just try to kill you. It's pretty easy to escape them. Just go into an area where they can't go. So for example, I went to the space anomaly and they just can't get you anymore. And this works the exact same way with the space station. And when I first arrived at the space anomaly, I realized it was like a multiplayer hub, which was weird because I was playing in single player the whole time, and I didn't even know this was possible. But yeah, this acts as like a multiplayer hub where you're able to do a bunch of things. One thing you can do here is get upgrades for your multi-tool, your exos, your spaceship, and bunch of things. You're able to buy stuff by using salvage. Oh, yeah, power deposits. These deposits are used before, but before that I took out another bounty, and I finally set up my first base. It's already 25 days in, and I just set up my base, but it's better late than never. So it's literally just this small circle, but it's better than nothing. And the day after that I set up an oxygen harvester. This oxygen harvester doesn't give you a whole lot of oxygen, but it's better than nothing. And of course I forgot to record day 27 and 28, but I just made some more rooms. I powered them up by using solar panels. I got myself a base teleporter where I'm able to instantly teleport to different bases. So that would be very useful and would save a bunch of time. And on day 29, I spent the entire day getting ferrite dust and oxygen. That was literally it. On day 30, I collected more oxygen plants. And I also used my standard to find the gas deposit. And this was radon. That's how you say it. Radon. I finally realized I was getting radon. I'm pretty sure that's how you say it. I still don't know. Radon, radion, something like that. And yeah, this is where I realized it was all for nothing. On day 37, I found myself an oxygen gas pod, which is an 8 tier. And 8 tier is pretty good. I mean, S tier is the best, but still, I can't complain about 8 tier. And this is where I was going to start building my base. I was only able to put a couple extractors down, so I was going to need to make a lot more. And I was collecting much more technology box. And I also got myself some more copper because I was going to need it for the gas extractors. And just like I got back, I realized I need metal plating. So I needed to go back to another planet and get myself some ferrite dust. Because the planet I was currently on does not have metal box. So I got myself a bunch of metal plating. And by night I had 10 gas extractors in a row. And at nighttime I connected them using solar panels. And this is where I also bought metal plating. Metal plating is already so cheap. You get around 60 70,000. So it's extremely worth it. And it just makes more sense to me just using mine all day from there. But the problem is there is a limited inventory. So you also have to use ferrite dust. If there were unlimited amounts of metal plating you could get at once, then I would definitely do that. But there is a limit to what you can get at once. But I was eventually able to get, and also got myself a larger miner, which once again I used to make iron. Next, I bought myself some more metal plating and placed down even more gas extractors. And I also hype drive to a different system. And this planet new in Nav, which is on map, and I'm the first person to set foot on it. It's one of the, if not the best planets I would discover throughout the entire 100 days. It's a zero gravity type planet, which means you're able to traverse it so easily and there's so many shit. There's nothing there except some rocks, copper, gold, stuff like that. But that's the reason why it's so good. So if I ever need to get copper, I can. If you melee a jetpack at the right time, it's the best way to drive. And as I use the hyperdrive again, I went right to the space battle. I had a well, but at least it was. Next up on myself a new goal. I'm already halfway through this 100 days, and I just bought a movie. But I guess it's better late than never. It is a huge upgrade from what I had. On day 84, I connected everything together. I ended up using these chips to connect all the gas extractors, and they would all go into a light. This would make you extra money. And I also just discovered that there are different hyperdrives. I don't know how this is so long to see all the fix in this game. This allows you to go to different stars and you can get the resources from them. And these special kind of stars can give you a lot better resources. But they can also be a lot more dangerous. So I went to one of their systems, got myself some cadmium. I don't know what it is. I don't know how you do it. It's like cadmium, maybe that's what it is. That's about it. And that was required for one of the hyperdrives. Another one I got is Verbo or Video, something like that. This one's free and important to use for the and after getting that, I installed the last hyperdrive I needed. And by doing that, I was able to go to one of these extreme planets. And these planets have really bad weather, but they can also be insanely sensitive. So in a weird way, it's kind of like a junction type level. It's really bad conditions, but you can do over it. And the reason I went here is so I can get active. Now I wouldn't know this yet, but apparently they can completely nerf academia, where it is just not useful at all, and it does not that much work. So I've been spending an insane amount of time building one of these.
Ugh.
There he goes. He's still full. Oh my gosh. Come on. This is killing me, guys. The intern. What is happening? Oh my gosh, she killed it. I have never seen that. Oh my gosh. Just killed it. That goose just killed the bird.
Grease.
Oh, there he goes. Oh, he's still full. Oh my gosh. Come on. This is killing me, guys. The intern. What is happening? Oh my gosh, she killed it. I have never seen that. Oh my gosh. Just killed it. That goose just killed the bird. Yeah, it is. Oh, There he goes. Oh.
Turtles hate straws. Much explain this. Wow, that's a spicy meme right there. Honestly, though, let's just destroy the oceans. Call it a day. Turtles are basically just genociding themselves, anyways. It's like, what, like one or two per like 10,000 live? It's like, that's bullshit. It's like, nah, man. It's like, nah, man. 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 5,000. Those are some bad odds. Yo, what's poppin'? Yeah, I'm not muted. Yeah, what's poppin'? How's it going? You can feel free to use the link to join the comment section. If you click that link, you'll allow you to join into the chat here. Otherwise, feel free to just comment me questions, and I will gladly answer basically anything, uh, especially if it's philosophically related. Ethics in particular, I'm a big fan of ethics. Things outside of ethics aren't really my forte, but I can usually be generally okay with answering just about anything. I'm fairly knowledgeable. Most people are. Oh shit.
I wanted to make one more video before I left, and I did make a video beforehand, and I did upload it on this channel, but that video, I felt I was, can I just be honest? I, I don't, I, I feel like I was losing my mind. Like, I felt like I was trying to, like, I hate to say it,
Just, this guy's channel is really wholesome 100. Even if he is gonna actually quit his channel, you should subscribe to him just because, I mean, he's a cool dude. He deserves your subscription.
I felt like I was trying to push people away from me. I felt like internally I was trying so hard to push people away. I was trying so hard to just and at the core of it, I just didn't know what the right way to think was. Because I felt like my mind was going through this inner turmoil, and like all of my past traumas, all of the things I've dealt with in the past has been just over boiling in my mind. I don't know what it is. I think it's because since now I'm getting to a point of trying to find myself, maybe this is like part of my, trauma I'm trying to heal from. I don't know if it's part of that, but I just know that there's a lot in my life that has affected me severely. And I just want to say, like, the reason why I'm making this video is because I saw a YouTuber I really looked up to. His name was Pierre XO. He made this video talking about his struggle with life and his struggle with YouTube and the idea of letting go. And it really touched with me so much, dude. It really touched with me because Pierre XO was basically talking about how life has been hard for him and how like life on the internet it isn't for someone like him. He was talking about how life on the internet, where he has to like broadcast every second of his life, where he has to always he's like an addict when it comes to wanting likes and comments, and how all the negativity of people with their aggressive, like abusive way of talking to him in the comments, and all the people not liking him, and all the people that do like him, and how he's craving that attention. And he's talking about all this noise from the internet, from social media. He was talking about all his experiences with it. I'm actually going to put the video in the description if you all want to see what I'm talking about. But I'm going to go on. Pierre XO was talking about all of this, because I think the reason why I resonated heavily with it is because with me in my life.
I'm gonna pause that for 1 second and answer Snapchat. Well then, let's go back to being sad, boy.
I've noticed that me and him have almost the exact same story. I feel like with me, I was on the internet. I'm gonna be so fucking honest with you guys. You wanna know why I'm on the internet? It's because I wanted to be accepted. I wanted love. I wanted to have a place where I can be myself fully. Now you can all see why I always got so aggressive when people called me cringe or weird. Is because I felt like that was a personal attack to me. Like that was someone coming into my home, tearing down my own village that I built up for years. Me trying to find a group of people I can heavily resonate with. Me trying to find someone who will not just call me weird. And I'm tired of being. I was always tired of people calling me these terms, these labels that like made me feel like shit. Like I didn't see. I was in a weird place because I didn't want to conform to society. The day I conform is the day I die, and that's truth. The day I conform is the day I. Like spiritually saying that's my die. That's my spiritually die, because that's not me by that point. That's just the person I'm faking. I'm a fake by that point. If I'm like, you see what I mean? So I came to the internet, I came to YouTube to find this place of comfort, of release, of a place where I can spew out everything I am, everything I want, I made it a promise that I would spew my most honest thoughts, unfiltered. I made a promise to myself that on YouTube I would show my most intimate moments, my most moments where I'm just showing every ounce of my mental well-being. You know what I mean? Every thought I get, I would give it online. I would tell all of you, and I would want to connect with someone because that's what I was looking for. True connection. That's all I've ever wanted, right? And after thinking about this, I realized how I'm losing my mind. I think that's why I quit cold turkey on this channel. That's why I privated all my videos, because I knew, I was like, I can't do this. I cannot do this anymore. I'm tired of putting myself out there, giving my heart, giving my soul out to people, only for people to taint it and spit on it and step on it. And I felt hurt. I felt lost. I'm not gonna lie. You see, when I watched this PRXO video, it really was rough to hear a lot of things he said, but I needed to hear it. I needed to hear it. I had an addiction to YouTube. I had an addiction to validation. I had an addiction to wanting love, and I had an addiction. It's an addiction to all of this. That's why I was always so sensitive, because I think I just felt like I didn't belong, because in my earlier years, I was never a popular kid. I was always kind of the rejected, the bullied one, the one who no one really cared for. That's the type of person I was when I was younger, you see. And I think it all just caught up to me. And that's why I think I grew up on YouTube. That's why YouTube was my friends and family. YouTube was my bread and butter. YouTube was my home. YouTube was my castle. YouTube was my village. You see, YouTube was my village. This is the place where I am, This is my home. I care for everyone here. This is where I grew up. This is where I learned everything I know now. And I'm starting to realize, maybe, dude, it's time for me to let go. It's time for me to stop looking for this validation that I'll never get. It's like I am searching in a desert. It's like I'm searching in a desert, looking for this.
You just
this home.
Yourself.
Like, there's like millions upon millions of miles of sand. Like, there's so much sand. There's nothing but dust blowing in the air, and I'm over here walking miles upon miles, searching for like my home. When I'll never find it. In reality, when I do find a home, it'll probably be all destroyed when I get there. You see what I mean? That's what it feels like. I'm deciding for myself. I want to let go of seeking this validation. After watching Pierre's video, it made me open my eyes. That's what I'm doing. I have to let go. That's the hard part. I don't want to let go. It's like I'm clinging on to some hope that, hey, maybe someone out there will love me. Someone out there will validate me. Someone out there will take the time to understand me. Maybe that's true. Maybe it is. But for me to cling on to that, it destroys me inside every minute that I don't get that. And for me to do that, it's like I'm putting this high expectations on the world. That, hey, world, I expect you to give me someone that will love me. And the truth of the matter is, I can't expect the world to do anything for me. I can't. I have to let go. I have to stop seeking for this approval, this validation, and I have to accept that not everyone's going to like me, but that's the hardest thing ever to accept for me. But I'm going to do it. I'm going to fucking do it. It's time for me to let go of seeking this constant approval. And that's why I don't know if I'll even be making videos on YouTube anymore, because the problem is with YouTube. YouTube, to me, I think it was a place for me to get validation, and for me to, like, I'm not looking at everyone else. I'm like, hey, do you accept me? Hey, is my feelings okay? Is my thoughts okay? Am I okay to think like this? Am I okay to be like this? And I feel like with YouTube, that's the kind of relationship I had. And it was unhealthy for me, because for me to, that's me looking for approval. You see, I need to let go of that. And I feel like with YouTube, it's not for me anymore. And YouTube, I really, really, really hate to say this. Even Pierre said this. It's really toxic, dude. Because the fact of the matter is, there's a lot of...
It is toxic, but you need to just shift your mindset of this is like a job, not a passion project. And it's not even a financial job. It's like a duty type of job. If you are an antinatalist as well, I forget if you are. Either way, your channel is cool. So, I mean, I have to say, you just do your videos whenever you feel like doing them. Don't expect to have it be about validation or whatever. Just have it be about venting and having it so people can potentially relate to your content, because there's 8 billion people on the planet, and there's been like 100 billion people in existence. I mean, these people have definitely relatable thoughts to what you're thinking. So you just have to do whatever makes you feel comfortable, while also at the same time doing a duty to prevent as much suffering as possible in whatever way you deem that being fit.
A lot of people out here, who can be very mean or aggressive to you if you have like a different opinion, or they may bully you if you're a little different, or you may have this thing where you're craving this validation. It's like a fix. It's like drugs. Like you want this validation. You do anything to get it. You would do anything to get it. And I'm starting to see that's the relationship I had with YouTube. I'm making videos and I'm like being all sensitive. I'm like, is someone gonna click on my video? Is someone gonna give a like? Is someone gonna give a comment? And you see, I need to let go. I need to start the grieving process. I'm gonna do that because, and that's why I'm not gonna upload here anymore. And if I do upload, I may come back like maybe in a few years just to do a little checkup, but I may not be uploading here anymore. And I don't know if I'll ever upload here anymore on this channel, because I realized like this is not what I wanted in the beginning. What I wanted was just a sense of belonging. What I wanted is a sense of community. What I wanted is all of that. But I realize now that I need to stop doing that and just learn to love myself, dude. I need to learn to just be able to sit in silence and to be okay with myself, because that's what's most important in my life. I need to sit and let go and grieve. I need to understand that I don't need the internet to be happy. I need to be happy with myself and myself alone. In myself alone, I need to be okay with, I almost have to adapt to just using the internet less, because obviously I'm not going full cold turkey. I'm not just going to quit the internet like that and just delete everything I do and just be all, whatever other people say about you, it's their problem. And what they say isn't true. Opinions are just opinions, they're not facts. And that's another important thing I always told myself. And I feel like all of this combined, that's what's been helping me. It really has. And taking a break from YouTube has really like opened my eyes, or quitting. But yeah, I want to let go. I want to just say, you know what? I'm going to die anyway. Let's have fun. Let's do what I want. Let's be okay in silence. I don't need to be anything. I don't need to do anything. I don't need to chase anything. That's something
very much about freedom and optimism. We have a lot of disagreements when it comes down to it, philosophically speaking. I don't know if he's much of a philosopher, but he likes to think and talk about his feelings, which I respect. I respect people who talk about their feelings, because I don't like to do that very much. Or when I do, it's just glib glob. I'm not very great at doing it. So, it's just my feelings are generally just anger and despair and sadness and slight happiness / contentness, but usually it's not. Usually it's just anger and sadness and despair. So, I'm very much not an optimist. I'm very much about doing moral duties. I'm an identity nihilist. I don't believe in the continued self. So it's not like there's much to be passionate about, in my opinion. Passions are just kind of a waste of time in terms of our duty to reduce suffering. But
I don't need to be.
But to each their own. Just kidding. No. But if you are an antinatalist, you're needed no matter what. So like your voice is needed even if you are doing most of your time moping around in sadness or playing video games or whatever it is. Like honestly, like we need a voice to like do things. So like please dedicate your time to some extent to antinatalism, EFILism, veganism, activism, do all that good jazz.
Do or chase anything. I don't need other people to validate me. I can validate myself, and I really need to believe that. I really need to start working on that more. I'm gonna start working on that a lot more. Like I'm gonna literally I'm literally gonna go on my laptop, look for meditations for self-love, and I'm literally gonna spend hours just practicing trying to love myself because I feel like that's so important for me. Because I think I have so much years of just neglect, rejection, bullying, all crammed in my brain, and my glass is full, and I need to clean it out. I need to clean it out and put new water in. That's me. I need to ditch all the hate and put in love. I need to fill my cup with love. But this time, instead of me filling it in with love from other people and asking other people to fill my cup, I'm gonna fill my own cup. You see? And I'm starting to realize that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to be. And I want to be a living testimony to this. I want to be a living testimony to the fact of just letting go and learning to love and appreciate ourselves, and to be okay with the idea of just nothing, of just here now, focusing on right now. There's nothing else I need to do. There's nothing else I need to be. I don't need to have my life figured out or any of this noise. I don't need YouTube to feel better. You see, I think I relied on YouTube as a thing to feel better, like a defense copism. I don't know, you know what I mean? But like a thing to cope. I use YouTube. And I'm going to stop that because it's not healthy for me. Because YouTube is I hate to say it, dude. YouTube is very shallow. A whole. And if I do upload, I'm going to make sure that I'm not doing it for other people anymore. Like I'm not doing it to get views. Like, I'm done with views. I'm done with everything, man. Like, I even took it as far as I disabled my comments. I added this extension to my
fair, I guess.
my internet browser to like hide the comments. So every time I try to look at comments, I don't see it, and it's helped me so much because sometimes I have like this problem where if there's too much comments, too much opinions, it overstimulates my brain and it stresses me out and gives me a headache. It's like an overstimulation thing, and I can't handle it. You see, and see what I mean? You see why I was like kind of losing my mind in a way? Like it's just not good. And watching Pierre's video really helped me understand myself better. I'm definitely gonna link in the comments. I mean, not the comments, the description. So guys, please go in the description. Check out Pierre's video. Give him some love. Subscribe to him. Even though he's not really uploading and he quit, you can still subscribe to him even if he quits. I don't know. Watch his other videos. But yeah, I really resonated with Pierre XO in that video, man. Life is just really hard, honestly. Life is just so complicated. And I'm definitely going to make a book.
my boy?
I'm definitely going to make a book. It's going to be my way of just letting go. I don't care if it makes money. I want to make it free because I feel like that's something I've always stood for. I never liked the idea of monetizing shit, of monetizing my craft. I want it all free. I want people to have free access to it, free reign to do whatever creative thing they want with it or whatever. I don't know. I want my stuff to be completely free. So I may make my book free. I don't really give a fuck about like, oh, it needs to be a legitimate book. No, I'll make a video in the future, maybe saying I finished my book. I'll link it in the description, and that'll be that. Or I'm also gonna make a song. I'm gonna make a song and a book, and I'll leave it at that because that's gonna be my way of just saying, you know what? I'm letting go. No more of this mindset of me chasing people. I've already went through all that baggage. I let it go. We're done. I'm letting go of those balloons. like that.
Anyways, subscribe to my lad there. He has a good channel. It's some wholesome 100 content that guy produces, so I highly recommend giving him a sub. Yeah. Anyways, this is about veganism, EFILism, negativity, antinatalism, promortalism, and occasionally I'll have guests on, and we can talk about whatever they want to talk about. So, hop on in here if you feel like it, or comment. Link in the comments.
Yo.
Yo, how's it going? On the subjective level.
Pretty good. What you been doing?
Just hanging out, smoking, eating food. Got done with work, so now I'm basically just chilling.
Oh, where do you work?
Coca-Cola. I'm a merchandiser.
Shit. I'm well, man, It's just hot where I am.
Were you from somewhere like down south or Arizona or some shit?
Yeah, I'm in Florida, man.
Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
It's nice down there besides for like the occasional hurricanes.
The people are the real hurricanes here.
No, I believe it.
Yeah, that's just
It's pretty
crazy.
wild then.
They're actually like crazy here. Like, you wouldn't believe it.
I've been down there and I've heard some wacky stories, man. Florida man stories are they're legendary.
And the sun here makes people crazy, like legitimately.
The sun does.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Because since we live near the equator, that it's making people like their chemicals not all right in the brain.
Hmm.
Uh,
That's a thing. Like you can get too much sunlight and it can just like UV rays can just like make you go skizzy.
yeah, it's like the heat here, and it's also the like how hot it is. Like it's so fucking hot.
It's
That
just frying brains.
yeah, it's a real thing. It's like weird.
Okay, I guess it's a good thing I'm from Wisconsin, you know, it's pretty cold down here most of the year.
Yeah, I'm trying to go somewhere like Alaska or some shit. I'm tired.
Yeah, you're gonna have to watch out though. There's a lot of polar bears and stuff. You're gonna have to like have like all the like rules and stuff. You have to like keep your doors unlocked and stuff in case like some person's getting hunted by a bear. They need to like run to your home or like car or some shit. It's wild.
Yeah, I have to carry a like 357 Magnum probably on me for a bear.
Straight up, you have to be glocked all the way up. Well, even harder than a Glock, you'll have to have a Magnum of some kind.
Alaska sounds like the dream because I could just carry a big old iron on me and grow some pot in my backyard. So, I mean,
Honestly, you're not wrong. Alaska sounds pretty great, but I kind of hate the cold. So I'm more of like a Arizona person. It's like the same thing, but like a desert. So
fuck. I mean, I've been meaning to go to Arizona because I want to see the base,
fair enough. What's the base?
the 51.
Oh, Area 51. Yeah,
Yeah.
dude. I was in the Area 51 group chat when everybody was planning to run into Area 51. I never went over there, but honestly, I'm probably on a few watch lists just for the fact that I was in that group for like a few months.
Man, like everyone's on a watch list at this point.
You're not wrong. I'm like openly a psychopath online, so it's just like I'm probably on a few watch lists.
Yeah, they don't like how I've been sending files like every day to people, man.
They probably don't like the fact that I'm literally an antinatalist, ethicist activist who's just basically is advocating for the extinction of all life on Earth. And I think that should be governmentally, like, implemented. So first, I'm like advocating we vote for like left-wing candidates that care about like universal health care and basically care about suffering-focused ethics, and then eventually we can transition into global extinction once everybody begins to realize that harmony on Earth won't actually, make you happier. It's just makes you live longer and have easier times, but it doesn't fix the existential dread and human condition. And then inevitably, everybody will realize that negative utilitarianism and that essentially our life is kept alive by the suffering of our beings and all that nice stuff. And we're gonna be like, ah, shit. Well, we either have to extinct ourselves, find a way to cause no suffering by maintaining our lives, and then extinct animals because they unfortunately are not moral agents and cannot figure things out. And yeah, basically those are the two routes: either extinct all life, or we stick around but we extinct all animal life. And I don't think the government's very happy with my ideas. So, but at the same time, they probably don't really care. They have better things to worry about than me. So
Well, in all honesty, they're probably the most evil people. Like they're on Earth right now, at least the same 200 families in the same bloodline that they've been like controlling this entire the entire populations for thousands of years, and it's still going on till this day. Uh, they probably would like it if you were not gonna lie. They probably want as much as that as possible. Based on what I've read, they probably like you.
Why would they like me? Wouldn't they want there to be more wage slaves to essentially, keep the system going, keep the dollars flowing? The supply and demand, the more humans there are, the less value they have. Well, money's funneled upwards towards them.
Well, you know what the Georgia Guidestones are?
Not a clue.
Because, bro, if people knew what this was, they'd really start like, well, look, so it's not like an ancient thing. In fact, it was built in the 80s, and people don't really know who built it.
Well, imagine it's built in Georgia, but it's like guide stones? Are you talking about like the weird, like giant plates, like giant, like stone tablets essentially that are placed in like a circle?
That were blown up, yeah.
I didn't know they're blowing up, but shit, fair
Yeah,
enough.
recently, like literally like a month ago, like not a month ago, I'm sorry, like a year ago, some vigilante went there and blew it up, and
Why?
then they bulldozed it because if on the guide stones, if you actually know what they say, there's like the same text. It's this literally the same paragraph text, but in different languages from all around the world. But it's the exact same paragraph on all of them, and basically what they're talking about is how um, they want to reduce the population to at least like what is it 500 million people, and they want to 1984 the entire world. Like if you actually read what's on those stones, it'll blow you away, and as to why, like who built them.
I
They
mean, why did they want 1984 the world? That's a real question. Because if they have benevolent reasons behind it, such as reducing suffering and extincting animal life, and then having people around to essentially be like watchers of extincting other life, I'd be like, hey, that's pretty based. But if they're just like, we want to rule you all, then I'm going to be like, yeah, that's fucked up, but I also don't believe that's happening.
really, it's just about I believe in this existence. You can choose whether you want to be good or evil, and you'll get power from either being of the light or the dark. And the elites have clearly chosen the dark a long time ago, and they want to drain us of all of our energy, like from all means that you can think of. Because in origin we're more powerful than perceived, and if they can acquire that power without and have us dumbed down and um, just in the dark about reality, and they benefit that way. Um, it's just on the guidestones they want to. Let me.
Well, with the internet, and with AI and stuff, they'll be able to have so much chaos in the future in terms of information. Like, it won't be much of a difficulty for this hypothetical existing organization slash group of people to essentially spread massive amounts of false information really easily and fast on the internet, especially if they do have power and control over media. They would allow that to occur, which would vastly, I mean, they wouldn't need to reduce the population in order to confuse people, in my opinion, seeing as though AI is already, like chat GPT-3 can basically generate entire articles in seconds,
Yeah, that's
by
that's crazy. What we're doing with
yeah,
that.
it's fucked, and it
That's
can
really
basically,
crazy with Jack.
you just imagine how much false information, fake articles, all that type of stuff that's gonna be made in the future. Man, it's gonna be it's not gonna be good.
Hello?
Howdy.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, it was basically my internet. Well, they talk about eugenics. They talk about giving people social, like based on their social status, you get work and like better things. And they talk about like dividing the food, like so many other things, like a ton of other things on those guidestones. And what really, is like for me the nail of the coffin is the fact that in the paragraph that is written in multiple languages, um, on the guidestones there's numerous like geopolitical globalists like saying that we're in support of this, like multiple, like a list of them at least at the bottom.
I mean, I'm all about global unity. I mean, what's the saying?
Just taking taking all the rights away from people essentially.
Well, I don't believe in human rights, but I I'm a consequentialist and utilitarian. I believe the rights just are constantly being violated by people all the time. And it's just the nature of being is that we're constantly ripping beings apart to break them down, to consume their being, and essentially make them into our own energy. And we're constantly just violating other things, rights, and we're manipulating other things to our advantage constantly. So, in my opinion, if rights are real, then we shouldn't be able to basically do almost anything, and we'd basically die out immediately. Which, I mean, yeah, I mean, that'd be pretty horrible. From even we basically saying that like even worse than utilitarians. Like utilitarians at least are saying that like some things can be done in the name of like the consequences being good in the end. Like if you're like full on deontology of like rights and stuff, it's just like no, people are constantly violating rights. Like quite literally, like everybody's like a monster beyond monster, like all every day of their life. At least if utilitarianism, like most people are monsters, but like you can at least like change your habits to like not be a monster and like still live. But like under deontology, it's just like nah, bro, you're just straight fucked. So
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I had rather uh, be in a world where the new world order is basically ruling, or your world, I would choose your. I'd rather fucking be dead. Like I do not want to be in a world where they've literally taken over, and that's like it could be a reality, like very very soon, based on like. So the thing is like they've coined the term conspiracy theorist as to where anyone who talks about this kind of stuff is going to be labeled that, and they have people doing the work for them, essentially just like shunning other people who are trying to giving valid reasons as to why they're talking about this. Now they're basically normalizing it. You've seen the thing about you will own nothing and you will be happy. Like you've seen that.
I mean, I've heard of the saying. I mean, I understand the sentiment. I don't think it should be forced upon people necessarily, but I think that the ideal state of being is to be essentially as stoic as possible, like not desiring things as much as possible. So, I
That's
mean,
true.
I understand the sentiment of what the saying is saying. I don't think it should be forced upon people. Like, we shouldn't be trying to like burn things down and like take away wealth. Like, if there's resources, we should utilize those resources. But like,
Exactly. Like you're, uh, that's it's a good ideology, but what the way they want to do it is fucked. Like the way they want to present it is absolutely fucked. Uh, Let me think. There's just a ton of like. Okay, have you ever had a history of like antidepressants?
I'm in antidepressants and antipsychotics as of 6 months ago because I've been curious about what I am, and so I've been trying to get some diagnoses. In the fall in August, I'm going to get a full psychiatric evaluation, so I'll find out what my actual diagnosis is within a year after that, after having a few sessions. But right now, I'm just talking to a psychiatrist, and I'm diagnosed with major depressive disorder, anxiety, obsessional thoughts, weird thoughts, or obscure thoughts. I think that's the terms they use, and then cannabis addiction and psychoactive substance use. So basically, technically, I'm been diagnosed with depression and anxiety. I don't really feel very anxious, in my opinion, but they say based off of how worried I am about the fact that, like, technically speaking, anybody can get, like, 1 in 3 people get cancer, and 1 in 5 people die from cancer, and 106 people die on the road from a car accident. It's like just being aware of those things makes you kind of like be like life's shitty, and it's like
Yeah.
it's like. eh, apparently me acknowledging that life's shitty and like we have to tear each other apart to be alive means that I'm depressed. And to me it's just like, no, I am depressed, quote unquote, but like that should be like a natural result of like realizing the condition that you're in, like, unless you're like a full-on sadist or psychopath, like, which, hey, I mean, even then, I think if a psychopath realizes the nature of life, they would probably be depressed. Because I'm rather psychopathic and not full on, I'm pretty sure. But like, I'm rather psychopathic, and I am very upsetty spaghetti about the nature of life. So
Shoot. I mean, okay. Here's one thing I'll say about like recent things about did your therapist or psychiatrist, whoever it is, that they say it could be like an imbalance of chemicals.
that's what they always say, and I've been telling them that's bullshit. But they're like, no, no, it's definitely an imbalance of chemicals. And I'm like, you can't literally argue against what I'm saying, doctor. I'm like, even if I were to become happy by you changing my chemical makeup, it doesn't change the fact that negative utilitarianism is just as valid as a philosophy. So it's like, drug me up, doc, but it doesn't fucking change my philosophy. So hence why I still hate life, even though I feel a little bit better, but I still hate life.
I mean, have you seen the recent news about the what is it, antidepressants?
I haven't heard news. I know for the most part, they're basically just throwing random chemicals at your brain that they've heard to make you feel better, and they don't really know why it makes you feel better, and they don't know like why it makes people feel better because it doesn't make everybody feel better, and so they just kind of toss them at you and hope that they work, and they're like, well, we'll just do you like a little dose at once, then we're going to increase it, and if it doesn't work at a certain dose, we're just going to switch you up because we have no fucking clue what we're doing.
Yeah.
So I've heard basically that's what's going on, but frankly, I mean, you laid on me though.
I mean, like, genuinely, it caught me off guard because my GF, she was telling me like all this time because she was being put on stuff like antidepressants and stuff like what you're saying, and I didn't believe it until the article came out like recently, literally saying that the studies has recently shown that the imbalance, the lack of the fuck is it called, like serotonin, or I don't know. They said that basically it has nothing to do with depression whatsoever, and that basically they've been giving placebos since the 90s. And when I heard that, and especially knowing that Pfizer controls a lot of those pharmaceutical aspects, the fact that 50% of the congressmen own at least 48% of the Pfizer stock, I'm just fucking, I can't take
That
it
make,
anymore.
that makes a lot of sense because honestly, I've been like, my doctor's just like, how are you feeling? And I'm like, doctor, I feel absolutely no difference whatsoever. I mean, like, I feel better some days, but that's because I've been starting activism and I'm like doing like street stuff where I'm walking around with signs saying like abortion's an act of love and like birth is the catalyst of all suffering and death. And that gets me like woos and also middle fingers, which means people are looking at my sign. So I'm like, yeah, get angry, you fuckers. I know you're a murderer. You're the one bringing people in here to die. So So basically it just makes me feel good on the inside knowing that I'm doing some change. So that could be totally like not even the depressants whatsoever, antidepressants helping me whatsoever, and it could just basically be like natural motivation of life. And then when
Well,
it comes down to it, me feeling sad as shit lately, I've been saying like, hey, it's probably because my friend killed themselves like a month or 2 months ago.
oh man, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, it's okay. They're not existing anymore, and that's what's good for them. I mean, I wish they were here. They were like one of the best people I've ever met, and basically the reason that I like stopped basically being like a psychopathic piece of shit for like that I have been for years, and basically decided to like become a better person. But their life was full of unbelievable agony that I can't really describe without having to censor my wording, on YouTube. So
Dude.
if you can imagine what that means. So yeah. So basically, them exiting life was for their own good and potentially for the net whole because of how much pain they were generating just from being alive and how much agony it is to basically just be in a constant disassociative state of like your own imaginary dread and self-hatred manifesting in its own delusions. So
That's exactly like you got it on the spot because pretty much people that take antidepressants well, the thing I sent you basically states that manifestation is scientifically real. So in turn, um, people who've gotten better from taking antidepressants and stuff like that have literally only gotten better because they've actually just the placebo effect is real and it literally like makes you like you can heal yourself just by thinking about it. Um, among other things, like and it has nothing to do with the ideology, like like you said, it's just like you know, um, it's like another thing like about MK Ultra. Like if you really look into it and stuff like that, they have people dreaming about the worst crap around the world, and that's exactly what they want because they have people manifesting unknowingly all this crap for them. Uh, like the CIA and shit like that, man.
I don't even remember my dreams. So hey,
Oh, you don't?
no, I don't really dream very often, or if I do, it's really almost nothing. Like it's like I'm occasionally if I remember my dream, it's like I'm at like work or like school, or like I guess I've had like a couple of dreams in the past, like 5 or 6 years ago, where it was like zombie apocalypse related dreams, or I'm like just kind of like running or walking away casually from things that are like I know are chasing me, or I'm just kind of like basically just like it is what it is. So just got to keep trucking around. Just got to keep moving forward.
Dude.
So stuff like that, but I haven't had like very many dreams honestly in my life that I can really remember. No.
Yeah, I can only remember a couple, and they all look like if an AI made a music video. Like that's how I remember it. It looks like I don't know. It's just all a bunch of blur, but I remember them. They're just like
And I've had like some weird dreams that are like people have say they have like sexual dreams. I've only had two sexual dreams in my whole entire life.
what?
But yeah, wait, you don't have sexual dreams? I mean, I've only had two in my life, but you said what? Like you've never had a sexual dream before?
Like I've obviously had them, but like I never heard someone's only had like two of them in their whole life.
Yeah, no, I've only had like two sexual dreams like before in my whole life. Don't know. One of them was like some weird ass Freddy's nightmare thing going on with but like with the hot nurse, in that one scene, I was like, okay, weird shit, but okay. But another one, I was getting head from some chick from my school who had like some weird ass looking teeth, but damn, was she hot as fuck in terms of body because she was on like the gymnastics team.
Oh my god!
She had some funky ass teeth, you know, man. She looked like fucking like a horse head. But I don't. So I always thought it would be like I always cracked jokes about getting ahead from her as like you know. And then I had like a fucking dream about it, and I was just like, Lord Almighty, I hate my own mind.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm with who I'm with right now because I have a legitimate scar on my head from a past relationship. So
I'm sorry, brother. At least you have battle scars. I mean, I basically get nothing. So I mean.
but well, is it that like dry in Wisconsin?
Uh, it is that dry generally in Wisconsin, I guess, but especially if you're someone who like me who's generally pretty asocial. So
Oh,
yeah, I don't really have much of a reason to go outside besides like going to the grocery store, going to work, hanging out with friends, and or like activism. And you know, when I'm walking around with a sign that's basically saying like, "Hey, don't reproduce anybody," you know, I'm probably not going to get laid, despite the fact that like, you know, I do have a vasectomy, so like people can totally fuck
you
me without any
yo,
consequences, you know. So I'm
really?
just saying,
You
like,
serious, man?
I am serious. I'm only
Fuck.
23, but I have a vasectomy, so.
Fuck. I mean, the only thing you can do now is basically extract your bone marrow, and then, you know,
I mean, I guess the semen's technically like still there. It just like doesn't really go anywhere. It just gets like reabsorbed back into the body. So like, I guess I could probably do some weird shit to like extract it if they really wanted to. But like, I'm not gonna pay for anybody to do that because I have no reason to. And I mean, I could probably donate my testicles, especially if I went like sober and when you know, and then I can probably donate my testicles. But I'm not going to do that either because I think that's also unethical because I don't want my body to be used for reproduction in any way. So you know,
true. I mean, that's like, man, that's pretty ballsy. Like, that's bold shit. I mean, like, I have like, yeah, everyone has their different opinions, but like, you really committed to that shit.
hell yeah, man. I figured like I have tattoos. You know that hurts quite a bit. Oh, like I'm gonna get like the worst part of getting the vasectomy is just gonna get like the shot that like into your like yeah, imagine that. Just getting a fat ass needle poked into your balls, bro.
Oh,
And
God.
then that was the worst part. I almost passed out because I have a phobia of syringes. And so I almost passed out from the numbing part, but after that it was completely fine because the doctors and the nurses were a big chill and just like, you know, they started like doing their thing. There's like a little sheet in front of you so you don't have to like look at anything, but it basically you can like feel like the pressure of like them like touching you and like 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 pressure movements of like when they're slicing, and then like when they cauterize it you can hear like the little and like hear you smell like the burning like flesh, and so you're like I'm just extended like nice. It only lasts like an hour, so you know I'm just basically just listening to a podcast by
God
like
damn it.
I'm just listening to a podcast about like anti procreation as I'm getting like my ball.
Is it like that Quake? Like you know what I'm talking about?
Maybe.
Like Quake 3, like the Zog, like he gets turned into a Zog or something. Like that sounds like fucking hell, man. Oh,
It's not that bad. It's just it's especially because well, it sucks at first. Like when you're first getting your balls poked by the needle and shit. Like I almost passed out from anxiety. But they give you like a prescription right before you go in. That's like basically like Xanax practically. It's not actually Xanax, but it's like basically Xanax. It's a forgot the benzo of some sort. So basically, like you take that 30 minutes before you go in, then you have to have someone drive you home. But yeah, once that kicked in, it was basically like I was just big chilling on the operating table. Like I don't even care, man. This is pretty cool. they're just they're just doing their thing down there. Snip snip.
Jesus Christ, dude. I mean,
Like I didn't give a shit, man. Like once that kicked in, I was just big chilling.
no, and it's look, but what's the pain? Like that's my concern about that. That's my concern.
The most pain is when they inject you right away with the anti-pain thing. the needle in the beginning kind of hurts a little bit because it's a pretty big needle. Not gonna lie. But other than that, it basically doesn't hurt at all. And then afterwards, it didn't really hurt at all, as long as you like didn't do anything stupid, like try to like move like really fast up and down stairs. Like as long as I moved at like proper speeds, like that were appropriate for being like done with surgery, like there was like almost no pain. So,
Fuck, dude.
but I also have a pretty high pain tolerance. So I've heard people say it hurts like a bitch, but for most part, I think people are usually fine. Like my dad, I think he got a vasectomy, and I think he decided to do like yard work like a day or two afterwards, and then like apparently like his ball like swelled up the size of like a fucking like a tennis ball or two,
Oh,
like straight up. But the moral of the story is listen to your doctor and don't do yard work after a surgery. But otherwise, you'll be completely fine as long as you listen to your doctor's advice and don't do dumb shit. My doctor pretty much was like, "Are you planning to work at any time?" And I'm like, "Not for about a week." And he's like, "Good." He's like, "You do any running?" And I'm like, "Nope." And he's like, "Good." And he's like, "You're gonna not want to do any running for about like 2 weeks at the minimum." And I'm like, "Okay." And he's like, after about like a week, you can probably go for like a light jog, but like like don't do anything crazy. And he's like, that's the final thing. Don't do anything crazy. Like if you're trying to like do some weird stretches, like if you're like thinking about taking up yoga, don't. Like I don't know why the hell you would take up yoga right after a surgery, but like don't do it. And I'm like, fair enough, doc.
someone into like immense cock and ball torture would probably fucking do that.
Honestly, if
Yeah.
you're into that, I mean, that is what you do. You just get a surgery, and then you have like a whole month of just,
That's so fucked. Yeah, a whole month of just like oh, gotta come again. Please get it out of bed.
gonna nut. Thanks, doc.
Does it feel like normal?
Oh yeah, no, there's no difference. I mean, there's like hardly. They did such a good job. There's like almost no scar mark either. So like, yeah, it's like pretty good. Like once it's sewed up and healed over, like and like the scab fell off or whatever, like yeah, it's like a no scar there at all. Everything feels fine. I can do. I work a physical manual labor job. As I said, I'm a merchandiser for Coca-Cola, so I like haul pallets around and shit. Like I'm good. Like there ain't no difference really. So
But I mean, all right. I mean, honestly, I might have to do this shit like in 15 years or something.
yeah, man. If you don't want to have kids, I highly recommend it. Or like, I mean, if you're going to end up having kids, which I say don't do, but if you're going to have kids and want to make sure you don't have any more, good way to do that. I mean, it's always still wear a condom for STD stuff and or just to make sure. Or if I mean, if you're going to be in a long-term relationship with someone, I mean, they can always also get one of those little implants if they're not allergic to it.
Oh yeah.
Actually, then basically guarantees like because it's like a 99% chance for them and a 99% chance for you. So it pretty much guarantees like that you're not going to get pregnant. So well, they're not going to get pregnant. You're not going to get pregnant no matter what. But
Well, they're kind of giving chemical vasectomies on already to the like 50 to 60% of all population of men, essentially because of not only what like okay like the food is such a huge fucking problem, and it's accidental on purpose, if you know what I mean. Not so many people are gonna go out and like actually eat what your body's supposed to eat. They're gonna eat like what's at the store, and what's at the store is literally just like processed and like non-nutritious crap that literally has like poison in it, and it makes you infertile. Like it's fucked. Like all the new research and everything.
I
Like
didn't know that. But thank you, government.
no, it's so bad. You won't. It's horrible because they. It's even in like the fertilizer shit. Like that's so bad. Let me
See, it's bad because it's like unintentional and like they're chemically like making people like, not be able to reproduce because of greed, essentially. And that's bad. But people not being able to do the crime of procreating and of forcing a being into sentience where they'll suffer and inevitably die, that's good. So, it's kind of like like a win. It's like someone, it's like, how they say like two birds, one stone. It's like that nasty bird was there, but you just kind of threw the stone on accident because you were aiming at like some really charitable guy, and instead it hit the nasty bird. That we all wanted to get hit with the stone. So it's like an accidental win.
I mean, like that term, the government's doing like one stone, 100 birds. Like right now, like there's so much shit that they're doing at once to like they're literally like let me think. Because of the fertilizer problem, not only are guys getting like not just guys, but like everyone, it's like getting cancer. Essentially from just like living near those farms and everything. But it's the studies have shown that over like the course of 4 decades, the new generation of men, every time their assholes literally grow closer to their dicks every single generation, and to the point where essentially your prostate's going to become smaller and non-existent over time.
Why?
Exactly. I'm trying to like they literally want to control us like cattle, and they're trying to do it very, very like
Well, if they're gonna try to control us like cattle, we can fight back by not reproducing. You know, that's what I say. Fight back by making sure they don't have a cattle population.
yeah,
Oh,
connection problem.
yeah, you might kind of cut out there for a moment.
Yeah, well, yeah. Essentially, they have the population control meter. They have it all cranked down max, like genuinely on all aspects of it, including like shit like Teflon. You know what that is?
Is that the oil company?
It's like the cooking pan they had like in the early 2000s and the 90s. Like
Oh, yeah.
they
Okay.
would coat these pans in Teflon, and then later studies reveal that a lot more children are born like homosexual. Like I'm not trying to be like that way, but it's literally a statistic, and I'm just like it's kind of concerning when they ate with Teflon. Like
Who knows, man? I mean, it could just be like there's a lot of odd coincidences because there's so many products and there's so many like people on the planet that, I mean, you can kind of get like biased studies from like whatever you want. But I mean, if it is a thing, then I mean that's interesting. But I mean, it doesn't really matter to me a whole lot. I mean, being gay or straight is just kind of like what it is. I'm bisexual slash I lean more straight than bi, but I am technically bi. Like there are some dudes that I find attractive. It's like I'm more into women by quite a bit, but so it's like I don't really have anything against the LGBT community other than the fact that I find them on average pretty annoying.
yeah.
Uh,
I just wish they'd just be normal about it. I don't know. Just be like, I don't. You can do it. Go ahead. But literally, just like, shut up. Like I don't know. Like I don't know.
Basically, if they just were less annoying, then I would be completely cool with them. But it's the same with like all social movements where like they're it's annoying, but at the same time it's like necessary. Like they got their rights. It's like more about just like maintaining it and like just trying to like get people to be chill. But for the most part, people are chill. So it's kind of like eh, shut up unless you're like in the Bible Belt, and like for the people who are wanting to rally, like go to the Bible Belt or something. Like don't sit in like some really progressive neighborhood and like yell about shit because it's just gonna annoy people.
Yeah. I mean, man, there's so much stuff that there's actual like statistics, and the crazy part is that the only people I see posting these real statistics and facts and all these logistical studies, like all this data, I only see schizoids and myself, like literally posting them because no one else cares like about it. Like everyone's like consumed about like on TikTok. Like I don't know how you feel about that. Literally,
I
like
don't use TikTok, so
yeah, I mean neither. Like I'm gonna be really like, I'm gonna be like really honest with you. As much as I'm against nuclear weapons, I would fizzle the fuck out of TikTok's HQ if I fucking could right now, because it's literally rotting the fucking brains of everyone around us. Like worse, I've never seen this before in my fucking like 19 years of being alive. I've never seen this. Never. Like this fucking retarded. I've never seen this ever in my life.
I mean, I think in general people are pretty stupid, especially given the fact that like we've kind of stepped out of the whole evolutionary survival of the fittest, aka environmental pressures. Who can survive your environment the best. We've kind of stepped out of that because of like having society and like buildings and
Yeah.
medicine and all that stuff. So now people can just kind of procreate without any like consequences. Like you can have like a severely autistic son, and then that he can grow up to be like 20 years old and meet some like severely, and then their mom can be like, "Oh, here's Lucy. She's also mentally handicapped. Here's my son Rick Cordlow. If we named him really stupid just because it represented his name and his whole personality, and so here you two commingle, and then they like do their little coitus thing, and then they bring out like Ooble the retard Google, the multiple chromosomed, like the trigon of like I don't know what the like if you imagine like a transformer like and like Power Rangers like power polymorphing into like something like they all come together like that's like their chromosomes coming together.
Oh, so fun.
It's just like some super tard, and now we have the ability to do that because of like medicine, and so unfortunately there's a lot of people on the planet that would not have survived in the natural world of like aka like 500, 600, 2,000 years ago. you know and the further you go back, the less likely you would be to survive depending on your disability. So I'm just saying, I'm not too big into the whole eugenics thing because I think like life is inherently bad for all beings, but at the same time I do acknowledge that like some disabilities are very not good to have. Like I 50% of people with autism are 50% of high functioning people with autism are depressed. And if you're low functioning, you're going to be basically normal in terms of your subjective level of happiness. But unfortunately for you, you're also basically retarded. So you're going to be basically being taken care of your whole life. You're not going to be able to have a functioning job. People are going to basically suffer to take care of you. So even if you're not suffering, other people have to take care of you. So they have the labor. So basically, the suffering's been transferred. So the way I look at it is plenty of disorders that have been propagated that probably wouldn't have been as prominent if we weren't such a pro-social species. I'm glad we are a pro-social species, but because like that allows us to be moral agents. But at the same time, oh boy, have we kind of like fucked up things in terms of suffering reduction. We've thought we were reducing suffering by being uber inclusive, but in reality, we were just allowing ourselves to propagate harm around with like like a smiley face on it, like a gold sticker, like I put on it, like here you go. You know, it sounds a little mean, but if 50% of people who are born with autism are either going to be severely retarded or severely depressed, it's kind of like
What do you
you
do?
lost.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
mean,
we
I
can't
un-
be. propagating it with like gold stars, being like, no man, they're just as valid lives as us. It's like they are just as valid in terms of like they are suffering beings and they're pleasure beings just like we are. But at the same time, they have so much more suffering than we do just because of like the amount of difficulties they go through. And we shouldn't bring them into existence purposefully if we know that that's going to be a result. Hence why I'm like pro, like if people are going to reproduce, they should do in vitro fertilization, which is like taking the egg out and then fertilizing it in like a lab environment and understanding and like essentially understanding if it's going to have like autism, sickle cell anemia, or anything like that, and then implanting it back into the womb. That way, if you are going to have a child, which I would still think is a crime against, ethics, but if you are going to have the child, it's at least going to like not be disabled in terms of like genetic detectable diseases. So
Yeah, and in vitro fertilizer, yeah, that I based on my research, like that's honestly what I believe. Like that's how I believe the first like human being, like a modern Homo sapiens sapien. That's how I believe they came about, because that's kind of what it says like in the most ancient texts, but in their old way of saying it, like genuinely, you'd be surprised how modern they kind of speak or talk about modern things. The farther you like get away like from modern, from modern day. Uh, you ever wonder why they had the thing where it's like, the kings and queens can only fuck each other like their sisters and cousins and shit. You ever wonder why they have that?
I mean, I thought it was because they thought gene purity. Essentially, they thought like they would keep the royal bloodline intact, but in reality, it was just causing genes to be too similar and like overlay and fuck up. But
Yeah, I mean, there was at one point in our history, like, well, it's so hard to kind of explain, but like, um, they were trying to preserve the bloodline that kind of existed here before there was like the younger dryas, like what I was telling you about. Before that, there was like normal human beings, and then there was like a ruling class of human beings. Like they were actually genetically different than us because they were like made to govern us, like those specific people by, and uh, it's very very, when you look at things like in the Middle East, there are things that are called like the Sumerian kings list. They say that each king had a rule of over like 14,000 years, and they don't talk about it like it's a mythology like a bunch of other cultures do. They legitimately talk about it like each king that ruled for like 100,000 years, each king, and like they take it super seriously, and they're not like, they don't like, I don't know, what do I call, like fantasize it, or like make it like they stated like as if they're talking about like presidential like terms in their history documents.
hmm. Go on,
Yeah.
I'm listening to you. By the way, I'm just hitting a.
Oh. Yeah, I need to get some probably tomorrow, but they're yeah, the thing is like, from what I've seen is that every ancient, and I'll send you some images later. Every ancient, like the first ruler or the descendants of the first rulers of every single nation on this planet has literally like that.
Oh, can you hear that when I'm hitting that, or are you just cutting out because of the Wi-Fi, or?
uh I think I got cut out again.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, sometimes that just happens. um every single like old, like I guess like the first emperor or the first leader, let's say of China, or like South America, shit like that, like for the Mayans, has supposedly either been super huge and had like large elongated heads, and they found the skulls. Like, this isn't just speculation. And it's not head binding either, because they had like geneticists and anthropologists, biologists, everything, you name it, people basically look at the skulls, and they've determined that the skulls actually grew that way, and there are keen differences between the human skull and that skull. It looks like a human skull, but kind of like a cone head, like kind of like envision like Patrick Starr's head, kind of like that. But they've actually found these skulls in Peru, some in China, like a bunch, like all over the world. Um, and essentially, like, it gets really, really like you have to be really open minded to understand that, like, there are some people like in modern day that who control the banks and shit that could have possibly carried that lineage all the fucking way till now, like the ruling class of these people. And like, I'll send you the skulls. They've been determined to like have a cranium size at least like 50 to 60% bigger than us. And it's not like skull binding, because skull binding, that you can tell, like, because it kind of damages the brain over time. But this, like, it's different, like the way that the structure of the cranium grew. It's just crazy. That, okay, you know who the Rockefellers are?
I've heard of the Rockefellers, but before we dive into the Rockefellers, I don't know much about them. I just know that they're a really rich family that supposedly has a lot of power. But before we dive into the Rockefellers, keep that on note. What is your idea and thoughts behind like the evolutionary links of like Homo sapiens to, like, other homogeneous, like, whatever things going on? Like, essentially we have like links between like our primate ancestors and ourselves. Like, you can see the bone like structures and all that jazz.
Well, I have a huge like thing about that. Uh, like, essentially, if you look, I believe in evolution. I'm not like, for other species and things like that. Sure, like, I've seen it, and there's scientific proof that there's a gradual process of evolution. But for us, it's a little bit hard for me to believe that modern man like evolved naturally, because number one, like, if you've seen like a baby chimp come out of the womb, that thing is like ready to fucking go as soon as it comes out, like almost as soon as it comes out. It could pretty much, if you get punched by a baby chimp, it feels like you're getting punched by a full grown adult. And they're not like we're made out of jello, essentially. They're like, they have like pure muscle, essentially, almost like they're ready to climb trees and shit. But we could literally break our leg, and they, like, a baby chimp could probably break my leg and your fucking leg, like, right now. And but our kid, and they have like survival instincts as soon as they come out. But what the fuck happened? Like, that's not evolution. If that were the case, we'd have those instincts. If children like would come out, they'd come out having those instincts and things like that. Why have we evolved to have, like, I don't know, be more aware, like have consciousness, essentially? How did that come about? How did our cranium size all of a sudden form like a very it's almost like it's like a perfect shape, and we grew in size. Our bones got weaker as well. They had stronger bones than us. The only thing we really evolved was our minds and our overall like aesthetic appearance, our function to be understand that we're not animals, that we can do we can create things. Like, we're fucking, like, we're different. We're not animals. Like, they're the farthest thing away from animals, and that's the number one thing, is that there's a thing called junk DNA. Wait, there's some listener. Oh, so there's a thing. There's two things I want to bring up that really kind of, this is like my real opinion. At some point, the Neanderthals, like, it seemed, based on the fossil record, we haven't found the link, like like the link that the transition period from the Neanderthal, like directly to the modern man, we have not found that. And there are two things that really like.
So
Okay,
you think that Neanderthals existed, which are pretty intelligent, but just not to the level of we are, and they were like rather muscular and stuff, like and all that jazz, and like way taller and all that. So,
yeah, and you
so
know,
you're just saying that it's like they existed and they were like the evolutionary, like they were part of evolution, but at some point you think that like the beings potentially from like the ones mentioned by the Dogons came here and like essentially in vitro, like not necessarily in vitro, but like basically did like some CRISPR type of shit to us and like genetically altered us with their DNA.
oh yeah, oh fucking yeah, because the evidence is crazy, and the funny thing is that the mainstream media talks about shit like evidence about it all the time, but they downplay and they use different words to describe some of their discoveries. But for example, you know about junk DNA?
No, I don't think so.
Dude, junk DNA. So right now, guess how much DNA you're probably using in your body right now? Out of all of the human DNA encoded in you and everything, guess how much you're using right now?
Uh, I have no clue. Like 50%.
You're using 2 to 3%, bro. It is. The thing is that they've discovered that the rest of it is this shit that they call it junk DNA, like junk, and they call it junk because they say it did not evolve with us, and it has nothing to do with us, and it's not. It has nothing to do with our main functions that we have right now, but it's in our body. It's just been disconnected, like it's literally like as if someone went in and literally cut off like 98% of our DNA, and we're pretty functional. Like I mean, you know how humanity is. Like you call us functional, but yeah, we're functional. With only 2 to 3%. But the crazy part is that when people start to reconnect this DNA, and you can do that through things like like healthy eating and stuff like that. Raising your mood, or like there's a ton of things you can do that they've just discovered. You can reconnect it. You don't get as sick as often. There are so many, like a plethora of shit that we could, like abilities we could possibly rediscover. Like we are very powerful, and they don't want us to know that, so they literally just described it as junk. But what actually happened is that when after they created us, they we got too powerful. They nerfed us, and that was the nerf, that they literally disconnected the part, like their part of the DNA, mainly, like and left, like they left us kind of in omnipotent to some degree, like you know, like it's just that.
I
Let me.
feel like that would probably kill us, though, right? Like when people get radiation sickness, it's basically like your DNA breaking down. Like, wouldn't that like probably kill us for the most part? Unlike less, I mean, like, why would? And if they could alter our genes, I mean, did they just alter like? Did they do like essentially like gene editing, where like you edit just a few and then integrate them into the population, let them like procreate, and then it nerfs the species via like that, or like is that how you think it went, or otherwise like? Otherwise, it's like, why not just like kill us? You know?
Based on like ancient texts and stuff like that, my main thing is that at some point after they created us, we got it incredibly powerful. Like we were, and it says it like I can name the text. It's just like a lot to say. Like the myth of Adapa, they say that the gods, when they created us, out of all of the gods, we are the most wise out of all the gods, and that we are actually going to supersede the gods. That's what it literally says in some of the oldest texts. Um, let me think. Uh, that is so that essentially, after we got nerfed, because I feel like there was conflict between them on based on who, like either they wanted us to succeed or they wanted us to be wiped out entirely. Um, like I'm assuming there was some type of like conflict that happened, but generally, man, my head's getting scrambled.
So
General.
is it like, I know you said yesterday that there was like one side that wanted us basically all fucking dead. That thought like went too far, which I think you said were like the serpent snake people or whatever. And then, there's other ones that wanted us to like actually like go forth and do our thing because they thought it was pretty cool or whatever, and wanted to like help aid us along with like all that. Are you thinking like potentially like the middle ground was essentially to alter our DNA rather than just completely destroy us, or?
Yeah, I honestly, yeah, because at some point I feel like they fought each other a lot, and there's a lot of evidence on that, like on this planet. Like there's sites like Mohenjo-daro in this valley, where there's just like a whole entire civilization, like like a city, right? That's been leveled, and there's radiation there. The skeletons of the people are still there. They haven't been ate by the animals because the animals won't touch them because they're still there. There's marks of like elephants on the wall. Like you can look this up. There's like, you know how when a nuclear bomb goes off, you like people's bodies are going to get imprinted onto whatever they're standing next to. That's They see that with
Yeah.
elephants and among like some crazy shit. They've tested it, that there's such high radiation there, like in this leveled city, and they have nothing to explain it except for when you go into their religion, Hinduism. They say that the Hindu gods had weapons and they fought each other a lot. That they fucking like had like conflict about us and amongst themselves, and they used us as cattle, as kind of like proxies to fight their wars, or sometimes they would directly fight each other. But literally,
So kind of like some D&D type of shit.
yeah, kind of, but like galactically, think about it like that, like
So like
uh
Destiny.
well, to be frank with you, they most likely looked like us. Like genuinely, they looked pretty much almost identical to us, but probably just a couple feet taller, and maybe with some with elongated heads, but and some they had different ethnicities, which is why like the thing is about like all the races in the world. We have a 2% gene difference, which that it's only a 2% gene difference that makes all of us different from our skin color, and everything else we're alike. Like they what I'm trying to say is that there were like multiple different types of these beings that came here, and they literally were just like an advanced version of us. Those evolved millions of years, technologically and spiritually, and they seeded us here, and we just literally look exactly like them. And there's evidence, like if you listen to abductees and things like that. They're, about the Nordics. There's these extraterrestrials that they say they literally just look like a blonde man, like long hair, blue eyes. Or there was like a black man, but long, huge eyes, but literally like just that they were like talking to them. It came out of this craft, talked to them. It's like you're talking to someone here. Like you wouldn't know the difference. But it's just crazy that that they came to an agreement, probably like after they kept fighting for so long and all the needless destruction, that they're just like, okay, we're just going to stop and we're going to let them do it on their own. We're not going to influence or make the decisions anymore. We're going to let them evolve naturally, let them do their thing by and there's a thing, Rh negative. You know what that is? Well, it's like,
Is RH negative the thing that makes? Is that the anti-gravity thing?
no, it's it's actually a blood type, because
Oh, okay.
most people here on this planet are Rh positive, and but the thing is, if you're Rh negative, You can't have children of anybody else except for another Rh negative person, or else the proteins are going to literally try and kill the kid that gets produced. And they're not exactly sure where it came from. They don't know where that gene came from, but just so happen a lot of elites and people in royalty and monarchy have that gene. They don't get sick as often. They experience more paranormal events, which can literally be a sign of them having like a higher like they're more in tune with the other dimensions. Like like we came from that originally, but they wanted certain people on this planet to oh yeah, they can't even get STDs. They can't even fucking get STDs at all. And if you're Rh negative, you have to go to the blood bank and donate your own blood, because there's probably not going to be another Rh negative person in your area because they're super rare. I know that number's growing though, but there's too much evidence that shows that the evolution theory did not happen the way that the books are telling us.
I mean, you'll have to link me up some of that information.
I will.
Okay.
I already have the other stuff I was explaining, but yeah, of course. I've been dwelling into this, like so deep, man. I mean, like, what do you do, bud?
What do I do?
Yeah.
I'm a philosophy major, so I'm mainly looking to like different philosophical theories. I'll look into psychology, politics. I'm really into. Some listen to the news a lot. Other than that, it's kind of like, yeah, I'm an activist, so I basically just try to convince people not to procreate and to not to breed animals into existence, and to understand that consequentialism is kind of the way, not deontology. So, like, when it comes to the trolley problem, I want people to pull the lever, I want to get people to get convinced that they ought to pull the lever, not just sit there like, oh, I shouldn't do anything, because that'd be murdered for me to do something. It's like, no, man, 5 people versus 1, 5-1, you know. I want people to understand like utility, and like that they have to like accept some consequences, that like, in order for a good thing to occur, there has to be sometimes some bad, and you have to put that on your own shoulders sometimes. So
Yeah, honestly, that's like what's scary is that people aren't dabbling into other like a lot of philosophies now. Like what's crazy is that like there are no critical thinkers. They won't even think for themselves at all. They're just gonna like literally like just listen to the news and shit. And it's just hard. I don't know, it's like depressing. Just look at that shit.
yeah, most people disagree with me. Like my parents disagree with me. Everybody disagrees with me. None of my friends agree with me. So it's kind of a depressing world to live in, where like everybody thinks you're kind of like insane / doesn't agree with you, because they think like you're a madman for thinking that it's wrong to procreate, and that we have to, as a moral duty, try to eliminate suffering. Have you ever heard Peter Singer's analogy of like the drowning child, and how we have a duty to essentially donate to charity?
No, I don't think I've heard of that. What's that?
It's basically, if you like, say you're walking through a park on the way to work, okay, and you have some nice tennis shoes on, like $100, $200, and as you're walking by this park, you see that there's like a nice pond, and you're like, oh, that's kind of cool. Take a little glance at it, and oh shit, in the shallow end of the pond, there's a little kid, and he fell over and is drowning in the pond. Now, you could easily go into like the shallow water there and help the kid up and save this kid's life, essentially. But if you do so, it's gonna ruin your $200 shoes. Like you're gonna fuck them up. They're gonna be permanently all muddy and stained, and your whole purpose of these shoes is not like utility of like walking around with. It's because they're like designed for style. Like you have utility shoes. It's like these are meant to be worn to be showing off. So their function is going to be essentially destroyed once you walk into the water with these muddy shoes on. Do you have the responsibility as a moral agent to help the drowning child?
I mean, like pretty much. I just wouldn't like. I would fucking not buy the shoes.
Yeah. Most people who are logical wouldn't buy the shoes. It's basically just saying like, would you give up $200 to save a drowning child? Basically.
Oh, that. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I mean, pretty much.
Yeah, and then once you accept yeah to that, it basically goes to, well, okay, well, what if there was multiple people that were with you in a group when you saw this child drowning, and none of them decided to do anything? They just like happened to watch the child drown. They're like, oh shit, that's a tragedy. And then you're like, why don't you all do anything about it? And they're like, oh, why don't you do anything about it? I mean, do you still have a moral duty to go and help the child, even if no one else is doing anything to help the child?
I mean, pretty much. Like, fuck them if they're not gonna like. You just do it. Like,
Yeah,
honestly,
exactly.
yeah, I just take the
Exactly.
shoes off. I.
But say you couldn't take the shoes off, and you still would have to like so essentially it's $200 is gonna be lost no matter what in
Yeah.
this analogy for some reason.
Yeah. What? Yeah.
Exactly. There's no moral difference, even though there's other people there. Now, say you were 100 feet off and you were looking through a telescope with like all your friends and you saw the kid fall over and he just started drowning right once you saw it happen, and you noticed that, and you quickly looked around through your telescope and noticed no one else is around to help this kid. Do you still have a moral duty even though you're like a couple 100 feet away to help this child?
Yeah. Yeah. Stay. I still think you do. I still think you can
Yeah,
do something.
of course, I agree. And so when it comes down to it, the distance shouldn't really matter. And so what Peter Singer says is, well, if you have a moral duty to save a child's life at the expense of $200, no matter where you are and how many people could also be helping this child, well, you could be doing that right now because we all have $200 and there's plenty of people in need around the world that you could donate your money to,
Yeah.
essentially, and plenty of charitable organizations that are valid and will give more than 80% of their money to like those organizations. And the rest of it is just going to like, the funds to like maintain the organization itself.
You're
So
making me
just like,
think like Americans are so fucking shitty, man.
Americans fucking suck. I give 20% of my income to charity, so like, but basically Peter Singer is basically saying we all have a moral obligation to give to charity and to like reduce suffering, and basically no one's doing that. We're the equivalent of the people that's walking like not me specifically because I am actually donating 20% of my money to charity, but like majority of people are basically the equivalent of the group of people that are just like staring at you and going, well, why don't you save the drowning child? I mean, like, none of my friends are doing it, so I'm just gonna sit here.
I gotta film it. I'm gonna film it, put it on TikTok.
Exactly.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna go take a dump quickly because I think I drank some milk earlier and that doesn't do good to me. So
No problem. I'm gonna go have a smoke break then. I'll be back in like a minute or two.
yeah, I'll be muted. No.
Cool.
Yo. Yo, you there?
Howdy. I didn't realize you accidentally turned private chat. Can you hear me? Say something now. Testing
I think
one, two. Oh, now I can hear you.
I think there's like an emergency happening.
Oh, okay.
I just hold on, wait, let me mute again. Hold on. Just hold on a sec. Just hold on.
I got you.
Okay. I'm back.
Howdy. You
Yeah,
everything
pretty.
all right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's good.
Whew. Well, like you were saying, I mean, that's pretty. Yeah, that's the state of the world right now because uh, those MK Ultra documents, man, they really have everyone doing the work for them. It's not like how it was like uh, pre Y2K, because pre Y2K, I feel like people had a little bit more common sense. Like something happened clearly that it's like making us like fucking more retarded, you know? Because now, um, well, because back then, they're like, what is it? I don't think anyone would fucking want to film someone dying. They would like, you know, put the camera down and like go call the cops or some shit. Like,
Well, I think it really depends. I mean, I feel like people have always been barbaric and indifferent about people suffering. I mean, they can't really feel it, we can only kind of feel it in like the sense of like instinctually being like gross. I don't like that, you know. But what we do with that, I don't like that feeling really depends. Like either we feel like I don't like that, I want to help them, or like I like that, get that out of my sight, which is what a lot of people feel like. But I think that's more of like a cultural thing because I think instinctually we all kind of have the help unless you're like have psychopathic tendencies like I do. But I think anybody can learn to value other people's pain and realize cognitively that, have cognitive empathy. Anybody can have cognitive empathy. It's just a lot of people based in culture don't have cognitive empathy and they just rely on affective empathy.
yeah, uh, I think that the government, like, and I'm not talking about the U.S. I'm really talking like I think they're all in it. It's just what they're really doing to people like around the world is so fucked up because mainly the most fucked up thing to me is what they're doing to the pineal gland and to the heart worldwide with the way we eat. Because among all the other things I told you about depopulation, what they're doing with the heart and the pineal is fucked. Because essentially your pineal is your antenna to reconnect to the universal grid of consciousness. Like you know, among other things, like it controls how you see with your regular eyes and whether you get sick or not. Like a lot of it is very, very important. And it's your spiritual connection, your emotion, like everything is in there. And your heart is important too, more than people think. You know about the little brain in the heart? Yeah, nobody knows that human beings have a second brain, and it is in your heart. You have 40 brain cells that are special inside of they're located in the center of your heart, and they basically they amount to like the core memories of who you are as a person and your core like everything. So you can imagine what's going on when, they're feeding people actual fucking garbage like every day and people are just eating it up. They're killing themselves like really like they're dead already like when they're alive because you're all the shit that's happening to the heart is like all the unhealthy shit, like all the inflammation, like like a heart disease from eating all that crap. But more than that, you're basically you're they're having you erase your core self over time if you don't know how to eat. And the pineal, that the other thing, what they have, what they put in the fucking water.
I know they put like is it fluoride? Nah,
Yep,
isn't that just meant for like your teeth?
that's what they want you to think. Guess what fluoride does? It decalcifies your fucking pineal gland. Look, what that means is that it makes it stop working over time. like completely, like where it's just dead. So what that means is that people are actually they're turning people into soulless avatars, like everywhere on this planet. Like if you don't decalcify it, like like drinking, like literally, like they have everyone cut off, like from source, from their antenna. Like it's fucked. It's super super fucked.
How do
Um,
you decalcify your pineal gland?
there's like a couple different ways. Like you can literally just like eat healthy, eat certain spices and shit. Like don't drink tap water or even fridge water. You have to like, it's like I started like taking turmeric tablets, like just turmeric powdered with black pepper, because that's how the body absorbs it, and it decalcifies it and it de-inflammates it. You should try it because you'll raise your DMT level too. You might experience some different things about life. You know, for even if you know,
I mean, I used to microdose DPT every couple days for a couple months, but which is
DMT.
different. No, it's different than DMT. It's a white powder you similar to it, but some family, but you snort it. Some Christians believe it's how you talk to God, but the only thing I've talked to, not I talked to, but seen is this owl being. I saw like this one time the highest dose I've ever snorted of it, and I ego death for an hour and 45 minutes.
Oh,
So I was basically passed out for an hour and 45 minutes. The only time I snapped out of it was when like this really scary death like feeling came over me, and I like shot up and I was like, everybody's like, "You okay?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm just hallucinating. I'm good." And then went back into like ego death for like, and apparently I was out for an hour and 45 minutes. But yeah, the only thing I remember in terms of meeting entities like ever was on that trip, and I was in like this room that was like pure white, and there was like this chrome owl with the green gem eyes, and it just like stared at me essentially. So like imagine like a giant owl, like made of like metal, like its body is like a shiny silvery metal chrome, and its eyes are just gemstones, and it just stared at me.
did,
It,
did
it
like a telepathic message from it?
kind of. It seemed like I didn't really hear words, but I had like a vibe from it. It seemed like it was like observing me, like uh like not judging me or anything, more just like wondering why the hell I was like in its like domain or like in its presence, like the
Oh,
like my demeanor,
Jesus.
and it was just kind of like staring at me, and it just like with like curiosity, not like malice, but not any type of love either. It was like this pure neutral feeling of just like, why are you here? And just like it was just looking at me, and I just was looking at it. It was like this ominous weird thing. It's like, being like with like waking up in a white room and then feeling a presence, and then like camera flip, and just like scene flip, and just like this locks onto this owl thing, and like yeah. And then shortly after that was when I like had the weird black, like infinite black, and just like felt this primal terror like wash over me, and then like I shot up and I was like, and then everybody was like, "You good?" And I'm like, "Yeah." But yeah, it was like the whole like that was a wild last trip. So
That is fucking insane because I've been doing like research and self experiments, lol, on all this, and from what I found, I could give you like, so I obviously you have the better explanation than me, but I could help you out and like tell you like what it meant or what you were experiencing, even though you know what you were experiencing, better than I do. But most likely, well, like
I mean, I always joked that it was the owl god from the Bohemian Grove, but
yeah, I mean, that's a whole different thing. Like that has to do with just another, like it's all like I get kind of related, but not like they're not the same thing. But that Bohemian Grove, man, I'll tell you about that later. because it goes in depth. But because I truly do believe now, after I've seen everything, that we come from a highly evolved species, like that we're the genetic predecessors of them. They're higher, like they were elevated, they were ascended beings, they're spiritually at least, and they were able to transcend their third dimensional body into fourth dimension, higher, fifth dimension, things like that. And they're merely only using the 3D of the third dimension as a means to do shit here in this dimension. But essentially, when you take things like people don't really understand, like taking like drugs, they don't really understand
I
that
mean,
you're
it's wacky. Like when I did 7 tabs of LSD, the difference between LSD and DPT/DMT is DMT and DPT will make you pass out, and then you
Yeah.
basically, like, it's really hard to remember. LSD, you don't necessarily pass out if you don't want to. So I was walking around, and as I said yesterday, like there's like all the holograms and shit like that, like the holographic like Egyptian hieroglyphs going up and down the walls and shit. Like I saw like a table transform into like a beach of like seashells. Like I was looking for like a portal basically, and it just like transformed into like seashells, and like there was a little layer of water like drifting over it, and it was like beautiful actually. Uh, it was beyond crazy. And when the end of the trip, I noticed that like literally everything has patterns in it. Like nothing in the world didn't have patterns in it. Like everything is connected in like some way, like fractal strands, just like connecting in like these infinite little waves, like just like connecting everything.
You saw spirals?
It looked like spirals and fractals and like little loop-de-loops, kind of like DNA helixes, kind of like that, like infinitely connecting through like everything. But, like essentially, ALV52 is a very, very, very strong substance. What I didn't realize about that drug until like that day was that it has a really weird effect. Essentially, it's LSD, but it's different than LSD. It's like what are they called? I'm too baked to remember at the moment. Basically, it's an artificial version of LSD where they just change the molecule a little bit to make it like an illegal gray area, and that's what LD52 is. But when you take LD52, it turns into LSD by your body. Like once you digest it, your body converts it into LSD.
Mm-hmm.
So what I didn't realize is on lower doses, not too bad, It's kind of doing a lot of work to convert that stuff into LSD. On higher doses, your body's kind of gotten used to the process, and so it's better at it.
Yeah.
And so basically, it's stronger. It's like a really, really strong curve to its intensity. So the first time I took it, it was like normal, like it lasted like 8 hours, like maybe 12 hours at most. Second time I took it, same thing, because I did 2 tabs. Third time I was just like wild in mode. I don't know what I was thinking, but I took 7 tabs.
Let me take fucking 7.
I took 7. I'm crazy, bro. So I took 7 tabs, and I was tripping for 16 or 17 hours straight. Yeah, like I had PTSD for about like a year after that one, but HPPD, it was this technical term. Like whenever I'd smoke sativas, like I'd get thrown into like little miniature trips of like psychedelic visuals and stuff like that, like little whirlpools of like rainbows would come into my like vision, stuff like that, and yeah, it like the wall, like any wooden like surfaces would like run like water and stuff like that. Even then, today I occasionally get that, but yeah, straight up, like HPPD is a bitch. It would fuck me up.
Really? Like that hard, man? I mean,
It's not crazy, but it's like basically just like an anxiety attack, like a mini anxiety attack, essentially, with like psychedelic visuals.
I mean, well, you see, like human beings can only see, I guess, like 33% of the light spectrum. Um, so you could like imagine all the other interdimensional beings that are constantly around us that we can't see, but when we alter our consciousness, then we can see them. But the thing is that based on my research, the more synthesized and what's the word not packaged but processed that it is, whatever you're doing, you might go to lower realms and you might see some horrible shit. But the closer, like whatever, if you're doing something that's like the closest the closer you get to source, more the raw stuff, like like the marijuana, the DMT, and mushrooms, like that kind of stuff, you might get a more like higher. You might raise your vibration, and then you might ascend to higher. Um,
If you ever, I don't know if you have access to stuff like that, but if you ever get access to DPT, try it. Do it at a safe dose though. Don't do anything over 100 milligrams because you can overdose on DPT. It's one of those rare like psychedelics where you can actually get like a heart attack and die on. But which is why it's like one little bit niche. Two, has extremely high body high. So like your body will be like tensing up. It will be like sweating. You'll feel hot and you'll feel cold. You'll not be able to feel yourself. You'll be numb. You'll feel like your whole body is like a weighted blanket. Like
oh,
it just like flashes through all sensations. Like your every single one of your receptors in your body is just lit up on like it feels like you're on cocaine, but like psychedelic cocaine basically.
Jesus.
Uh,
I mean, I'm
you
I'm kind of a mind guy. Like I like mind stuff because sure, body stuff is good.
Oh, believe me, that's what I'm mainly talking about the come up and come down. The come up is 5 minutes, and then you start to basically ego death if you're as good as I am at ego deathing. I'm really good at ego deathing. I'm good at letting what quote unquote letting go and just basically just letting like the psychedelic take me and just going into ego death, which is why it lasted an hour and 45 minutes. Usually an ego death on DPT lasts about 20 minutes to like 45 minutes. So mine was like double like the usual like the like longer doses. I was straight up like passed out like exploring the cosmos, bro. I don't even remember half of it. But yeah, it's I highly recommend it. It's just it can be really terrifying though. Like I've seen like Slenderman like beings like
Yeah,
on it.
that's
I've
the thing is that like beings are often going to take advantage of the fact that human beings aren't initiated in this whole thing, and they're easily going to get scared or feel like anxiety, which is a trip killer essentially, and they're going to hook onto that energy, and it's because they're going to bring you down with them if you're not mentally strong enough, to raise yourself out of there.
Yeah,
And
I'm lucky. I'm a psychopath practically. Not quite, but I'm practically a psychopath. So like for me, I'm just like seeing Slendermans and stuff, and I'm like, I'm tripping balls, and you guys can't hurt me. This is fucking awesome.
they're
And I'm
probably
like
no.
waving at the Slenderman, and they're just like looking at me from like behind the trees, like peeking out. Like basically like we were just straight up, like me and my friends were tripping shit, and we had a trip sitter, and we were just walking through the woods, and he was like, my friend was like, "Do you see anything, bro?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "What do you see?" And there were like straight up like 3 or 4, maybe even 5, like Slenderman beings, like tall, black, like bodies, and like white faces with no features, and they were just peeking out from behind trees, like leaning out from behind them, like with their arms like wrapped around. And I was like, "Nice." And I described that to him, and he was like, "That is creepy as shit, bro." And I'm like, "What do you see?" And he's like, I just see like a deer that's made of light and it's like jumping, and I'm like, oh, fair enough.
God, yeah, that's the thing. I don't look. Um, as personally, I need to do the DMT because
I've done DMT once, but
yeah,
it tastes so bad that I wasn't able to get a good enough hit to ego death. I
Oh,
basically just threw up because it tasted so nasty.
I would eat a ball of like jizz and shit and piss if it meant it would send me to God. Like, all right, man. Like, listen. What is it? So your mind already produces it. Your pineal gland produces it almost every day. But so when you put it into like overdrive, it's like automatically, you literally are accessing those higher realms. It's kind, I kind of strive away from things that are more like pharmaceutically produced, and try and get towards, what is it, the more like raw it is, the better. um it's just
Like
that,
5-MeO DMT, like the toad venom. That's probably like the peak of.
well, like, I know, like let's say LSD versus mushrooms. I'd stick with mushrooms because that kind of thing is like, uh anything like manufactured, it has an avert, especially oh my god, I know a bunch of people here that are about the Bentanol, Benadryl. When they do the Benadryl shit, that's like, and you basically, if you actually want to go to hell, if you literally want to access those lower realms and see like the literal demons, because that you're gonna go to their realm. You do the Benadryl, but who the fuck would want to do it? Who the fuck would want to do it? I know someone that spent like like at least like a day in their house after that, and they said it felt like they spent 10 years in a white void. Like, what the I'm okay, I'm all right. I I'm all right. So what you have to understand as well is that the extraterrestrials are they probably live a lot longer than us, but among other things, they what's supposed to be normal is that we're probably supposed to access the rest of the light spectrum and probably see all these things like normally. Like, they probably see this on a daily and talk to these things on a daily, but they know it exists. Like, it's just a part of life for them because they have the ability to access these higher realms and lower realms.
Well, I follow a really cool channel where they talk about psychedelic theory of like flowers and how we like evolve potentially. And basically, this lady thinks that like we are meant to be tripping balls like 24/7, and the animals are basically tripping balls 24/7. But essentially, we evolved like to block out DMT from our diets, like DMTs like in plants and like all things that are like being consumed. But essentially, for some odd reason, we evolved to like start blocking that out, which allowed us to have like more like internal consciousness and monologues and stuff of that nature, like normal like individualized thoughts. Before, she believes that we basically were like not necessarily like we were basically programmed in a way to like follow natural cues by like what plants would signal to us. Like, we basically trip balls, and then plants would basically like show us like demons and stuff like that to like make us like go away from like a certain plants, and then other ones would like show us like angels and like comforting energies and like energy waves and like to like attract us to like their areas that we would eat their fruits and like shit and like spread their seeds around and stuff like that. And
Oh yeah, no, I believe that because I believe that every single, even an atom, like every single particle in this universe has consciousness, and they've pretty much determined that because they were like, looking at like an electron, or I think it was an electron, and then when they like, for some reason, it's almost as if when they looked at this electron through the microscope, or I don't know how they look at it, it kind of was aware that they were looking at it, and it started acting like what is it called, the opposite. What's the opposite of? It started acting like a different particle to try and like blend in, so like it wouldn't notice the human being looking at it. Like, it's so bizarre when you begin to look at quantum physics and you kind of realize that everything is conscious to a degree. Everything, even like rocks and shit. So of course, like flowers and plants are going to be conscious. Like they have wars with each other via their root systems. Like they like emotionally attack each other underground, and they're constantly communicating. You know, like I wouldn't put it past flowers. Like, I wouldn't put it like really.
See, when it comes down to it, I've looked a little bit into plant consciousness. They can't feel pain per se, at least not in the way we feel pain. They definitely can feel discomfort, and maybe you can feel, like, as you said, like emotional pain. Like they can have like desires, essentially the lower desires, and essentially if those desires are upset, they feel like discomfort and like an emotional sense, like a lesser, like basically we feel like emotional pains when our like things are thwarted we want to have occur. I can imagine plants have something similar. But if that is the case, then I think EFILists have an even stronger argument for like promortalism and like ending all life on Earth. Because if plants are constantly in agony when we like actually like or emotionally are upset when we are eating them, sure, it's better to be vegan than not, because 60% of all crops go to feeding animals, and animals feel higher levels of pain than plants do.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, it does say that we ought to extinct all life on Earth if plants are conscious, in my opinion, including plants. Like we ought to try to even extinct plants if we can, which might mean we have a duty to do a longer acted out event than just nuking the planet, unless we do like the events that like one antinatalist slash efilist I've heard suggest, where we essentially wait till our planet's in a certain orbit and then we nuke it at one of the poles. We essentially just thrust the planet into like the sun, like not into the sun, but closer to the sun. And all we need to do is just get close enough that it like starts to like pull us in a little bit, and then temperatures will increase just like a couple degrees, and that's enough to like fuck the whole biosphere. So there are ways we could extinct all life on Earth, and I
Well,
think that we ought to do that if plants are conscious, but just because
what do you think they did, man?
what
Like the global disasters that happened here, they weren't like they happened because they were like they're okay. You have to imagine beings that lived here like millions of years before us, right? Could you imagine what they have accomplished? What kind of technology? Like the technology would kind of look like magic to us, right? Like it wouldn't even like be looking like, it just looked like they have like superpowers, but in reality it's just extremely advanced technology, probably integrated with spirituality as well. But so what, based on my research as well, I would also say that they knew exactly what they were doing when they put us on this in particular Earth, this planet, because we're in a Goldilocks zone. We're like in the very, very like specific conditions to have life. But it's like a controlled environment. If they need to, they can tweak things to make disasters happen to. Hello. Yeah, hello. What the fuck is going on?
Oh, my bad, my bad. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, groovy.
Well,
You were saying something about disasters. Your mic kind of cut out.
well, basically, like when these disasters aren't just like they were like, it's like having a controlled environment for these beings in this solar system. It's literally like if like having a if like a backup plan in case they want to like restart us again. They have the means to do it without destroying the planet. um like they could just like hit one thing off with their incredible technology, and they could literally cause another pole shift, another flood. Like they could direct an asteroid at us. Like, could you imagine? And that's probably what happened. I'm not even gonna lie, because it says that okay, they talk about the flood in the oldest civilization, Mesopotamia and Samaria. They talk about it in their text. They talk about how there was this particular god that caused it, that caused the flood to happen. Um, and this has been, proven to be real because of the ice core samples. At least the flood. I do believe that they did cause this, but literally the ice core samples show that all of a sudden, woolly mammoths, like with food in their mouths, like still like and undigested in their body, just instantaneously froze out of nowhere. Like the ice age thing is completely different from what we like from what we knew. Like they actually froze instantly because the poles shifted, and not only did that happen, but there were multiple disasters, multiple like generations of humanity here that all the cultures talk about that, and it's literally just like having a controlled environment here, like a it's like a testing ground, and in case they have to like they want to start new without destroying anything here, and because that's how civilization needs like shit to work, like plans and everything. But like serious, like you get what I'm saying, like they would just
Hmm. I mean, I get what you're saying, and it's definitely like, something that's imaginable. Like it's not like leprechauns and unicorns or something like that, where it's like, come on, people, like what the fuck.
yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, I don't know. We have explanations for like how things could be, like already. Like would I think otherwise?
Sometimes it just has to do with uh well, mainly like I don't know, like they well let me think. Let me think. An example is Charles Manson. Like a lot of people don't well, what do you think of Charles Manson, right, and then just what do you think?
Is Charles Manson the guy that basically started like a quote unquote cult and then had people go around killing people for him?
Yeah, like the sex thing and all the drugs, and then he drugged a bunch of people and all that stuff. Yeah, that guy.
In general, I've heard something about him being apparently a guy from like one of the central intelligence agencies trained him or something like that. I've heard. I'm not entirely sure if that's true, but I've also heard, yeah, he basically brainwashed a bunch of people, created a sex cult, had them murder a bunch of folks for him, and he got away with it for a long time because a few hundred people, I think like 100 people died or something like that. And then, yeah, he eventually got arrested or whatever. But my opinion on that is generally, I'm a pro mortalist, so I'm just kind of like, death is good for the one who dies. So I'm like, I have no problem with death. So, that's not really my issue. My issue is the brainwashing thing, and, that's not very cash money. So, yeah, that's basically what I've heard, and I don't think brainwashing people to have sex with you and commit murder is very cash money and cool. So, he's generally not a cool dude, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's even like people don't know that he was like basically like they just confirmed that he's just basically like he was working with MK Ultra, like that, right? Like he was their little guinea pig um for doing all this shit. Like they wanted to see, okay, we've done the research, we have the materials, we then they conducted a bunch of experiments. We're going to conduct another one where we have this guy, and it's so fucking obvious. He had his parole officer let him out, like basically like just by asking. They had him go around a couple places. Like he got out of jail like at least like 6 times, like because his parole officer like was in on it, and there's so much like, but the point is that like They just have like people now like they have everyone like MK Ultra. Like it was a successful um project, and people have forgotten that it is successful in turn that they're getting everyone to just do anti-human shit, like not just like stuff about like death, but like literal anti-human shit, like just like degenerative shit, and they don't care about like any like, oh my god, I have the patents on the what is it called, the mind altering technology. This is why I don't really trust looking at screens even, like it's really hard for me to look at shit because I found these patents that they basically said, okay, so we found a way to manipulate the nervous system of anyone who's watching a TV show on any type of screen, any type of like a TV, a phone, like anything, right? Where they flash certain light signals at your eyes, and it causes your nervous system to literally start like you feel different, like you become emotionally literal subliminal messaging, but to program you to become more associated with things of like fear and destruction and shit like that. I'll send you the patent later, but oh, I can't hear you, man.
My bad. I keep on muting my mic because I'm eating chips. So, my bad. Yeah, you'll have to send me links for some of that stuff later. It's
Hard to believe,
interesting.
right?
It's somewhat hard to believe. Yeah, I mean, I know there's been a lot of weird, say CIA and FBI, mainly CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, shit where they've done a lot of weird stuff with like mind altering stuff and trying to spread information and censor information. And yeah, I mean, I know they've done a lot of stuff. They've literally killed like JFK, but
I mean, you know why?
I know they killed JFK because he was a socialist. He wanted to essentially bring about healthcare and transform the U.S. economy and better it. And then they're just like, no, and then they offed him. So
You know the real reason why?
no,
10 days, that fucker, 10 days before he got assassinated, he filed basically and he wrote letters and filed things to the CIA and the DIA, the Defense Intelligence, many other things, basically saying that, okay, so I was ever since you briefed me on so and so documents about UFOs and about what they really mean and what it all means, I'm going to talk about it, and I demand that you release more information um, about it, like right now. Like you need to, like, and they clearly didn't want that, like in the 1960s. So, like, the thing is like he knew some shit because he got briefed on things. So, like, the that conversation, this conversation, I'm leading it to basically say, like, okay, the first thing I have to do, I don't know if you need me to do this, but first thing I want to do is essentially try and I'm gonna prove to you that do you want me to prove to you that extraterrestrials exist right now, like these intelligences, and they've been here for a while? Like I can prove it.
I mean, sure. I mean, I like to know new things, so yeah, I guess so. It's not
That
gonna like break my mind. It would only make me wonder why the fuck the aliens haven't committed suicide. Then I'd have to like start thinking about that. But
Oh man, no, that's the thing. I think if everyone knew like how they lived, I think we'd be a little, I don't know, it'd be a little brighter of a future maybe than what we're doing right now. It's just hard.
here, you do whatever you have to do to start to enlighten me about extraterrestrials. I'm gonna pull up a video about promortalism, and I'm gonna send it your way, and hopefully you can watch it in your own time. But I think it'll kind of make you They do a big think.
I'll take a listen to it. I mean,
Awesome.
for sure. I mean, you can name basically like I can like you can name okay. I can't talk. I need to get sativa again. There's sativa, stevia, whatever the fuck you pronounce it. What was I gonna say? So basically, wait, what's today? Today's like Saturday.
Saturday the 29th.
What do you what okay, you as an American, you've probably heard all of the shit as a kid, like the Roswell, the fucking the Grays, like a bunch of shit. Like, but I really, because it's that's a psyop within itself. All this shit about like what they're doing in Hollywood movies, like saying that they're gonna invade us and all that shit. Like, okay, if they really were gonna do that, we would be gone like in an instant, and we probably wouldn't even fucking know. And the fact that we're here right now speaks volumes that they're clearly, like, a couple of them want us here. Um, it's come to my belief that at least a couple different species are actively kind of babysitting us, because we're literally juveniles in this whole thing. We're not, like, you can clearly tell, like, looking around, like walking outside, the homeless man is like still like trying to fuck a dog. We're not getting higher anytime. It's like really, it's really hard. So uh if you have any questions about any topic, I'll start off like that, like relating to ETs and UFOs and like any type of like classic stereotype or rumor or like legend, like myth, like the American mythology of it all. I can answer every avenue of it. So you go, you tell me if ask away. I'll answer every area.
Do you believe in cryptids?
Which ones?
Like the whole idea of like missing 43101. I forgot what it is. Something 101, 111. I don't know. Missing 411. Like people missing in the like national state parks and stuff like that.
Well, have you seen the data charts?
Um, I haven't seen the data charts, but in my opinion, it's probably just people that wander off, right?
I want it to be that, man. I really do. Fucking
I
do.
mean, I mean, the woods are pretty big. Everything, trees look all alike. People are kind of stupid, you know. I mean, people get confused when it's winter and you get like exhaustion, heat exhaustion, or hypothermia. You know, like people succumb to the elements. You know, like that's what I think it is.
Well, they call it for missing 411, all of these cases, for a reason, because they are so, like, you can tell when it's a 411 case, because there are instances of people just wandering off and getting lost in the woods. I wouldn't call that 411. That does happen though. It's just 411 is like you and, let's say, your fam, like you were, let's say you're with your dad or some shit, right? You're hiking with him in the woods, and then you literally look at a flower on the ground for 2 seconds. You know he is right next to you. You look and he's gone. Silence. You never heard him walk away. You never heard any indication that he's just gone. And then usually you know, a couple things might happen after that. They might find a person dead or alive at least 50 miles away from where they were last found, or in an impossible place that just doesn't make any sense. Kind of like, it's almost as if whatever is taking people and bringing them back, or killing them, or just having them disappear all entirely, is doing it so quickly and so fast. Like it's like incredibly impossible for a human being, and not just like adults. It's been like children and infants that have been either dead or alive, or completely, they've just disappeared instantaneously without a trace, like within like at least like you take your eyes, like, this is every 411 case. You take your eyes off them for like a couple seconds, and then that's it, gone. You don't hear anything. Just you get an eerie silence in the woods, and it's just gone. If you really want me to know, like, okay, the data charts show that around in the and this is gonna blow your mind. All of the areas, like at least like 50 to 60% of them, that where people have been found dead after going missing in those like areas on a map, you can look at an identical map of the U.S. that shows all the cave systems. And they're in the dots for the cave systems, the underground cave systems, and the dots for the people missing are they're in the exact same fucking spot, the exact same spot. Like the numbers, like almost they fill each other in, on both charts. So whatever is making people disappear, it's on top of these cave systems, like almost identically, like where all these people are disappearing, like in the exact same place.
Some crazy ass descent shit going on.
Well, it's that, and there's the UFO aspect of it. Like, you know, people have been found like I swear to God, they've just found people that have that disappeared instantaneously, and they've only found like a shoe with the foot inside, and that's it. Or like a couple fragments of skull somewhere, at least like 60 miles away from where they were last seen, and that's it.
I mean, that could be like a wild animal got him, and like I don't know how like 60 miles is pretty far, but
Yeah,
like,
I'm telling you real. I'm telling you real numbers, man. That's what's concerning is that over the course of like a day, they've moved 60 miles, and like there's nothing left of them, and some of them are found alive without memory of how they got there. So that's another thing. It's just like the missing 411 from what I've seen is a genuine real phenomenon that has like it's actually real, and there are park rangers that constantly talk about it, about like the anxiety they feel knowing that when they have to go out, you know, into a rescue mission and get like because they always fear it's going to be a 411, and sometimes it is, and then they basically are going on a hunt for someone they know they're not going to find until they get found like 2 weeks later, like up in a tree or something, like in a canopy, like
how
alive.
much do search and rescue people get paid, bro?
Oh, I know they get paid, but I would not want to do it in the American like national parks. Like, no, fuck off. Like
Yo,
that.
bro, I would totally do it if it pays you money, man. I would love to. I'd like listen to creepypastas like all the time, and all my partners would hate me, my guts. Be like, "Hey guys, I just found like a new creepypasta today, and a bunch of rangers died in it. Let's go and find these bodies." Am I right? Ew. And sorry, not bodies. I mean, people who are alive and definitely not taken by the Wendigos.
Dude, I mean, like, I just want to say this. Have you noticed that it's the creepypastas fell off on YouTube and shit? Like, that shit's fell off a little bit.
A little bit. I'm a big fan of them still. I mean, not huge, but you know, when I'm trying to fall asleep or just really bored and I feel like doing like some work or something, I'll either listen to a podcast or like a creepypasta or like something like that if I'm trying to relax and not think about philosophy and be big sad.
Well, the classics, you a fan of the classics, or you a fan of like, oh my god, okay, tell me you don't like subscribe to some of these pasta readers, and then you see like the literal like a fucking paragraph long title of the pasta, like my fucking dad saw some shit out back in the fucking woods and it fucking stung him in the balls and I don't know what to do. Like literally, I got fucking
Yo,
that.
there's so many of those. I swear they just stick them in like an AI generator sometimes and they're just like, let's do it.
Yeah, I'm really sick of it. I miss like when they were like creative back in the day.
There's a couple every once in a while that you get like really good ones. Have you watched the Left Right game or listened to the Left Right game?
You send that one to me now.
I will. I will. I'll send it to you on Instagram. It's a real good one.
I mean, one of my favorites is like How to Survive in Hell.
You should send that to me then.
That one's great because that's some actual creative, like original shit, and some of them have rocked me like pretty hard, but I rarely get that anymore.
If you listen to the Fermi paradox,
Oh yeah. I mean, I already know, like, pretty much, like, in my head at least, like, I know what the answers to all that shit are, and yeah.
oh, there's a creepypasta called the Fermi paradox where it's kind of similar to what you're talking about, with like things being like beyond our perception, essentially. And it's about like this dude that gets like implanted like robotic eyes or whatever, and he's supposed to be able to like see, like return his sight back to normal, but instead of basically allows him to like see into like the fourth dimension or whatever, and it allows him to like see like everything that's going on around him essentially, and it's a really beautiful acted out creepypasta with multiple voice actors, because multiple people get the surgery in the thing, so multiple people are voice acting it for funsies in this show, and yeah, it's mint. I highly recommend. I can send you that one also.
That sounds preem. Yeah, I want to check that out. I mean, God, I mean, for a couple, like, okay, my GF will call me fucking insane, and you probably will too. But I literally, at one point, I was obsessed about wanting to have my own arm cut off because I wanted it to fucking cybernetic. Because I literally wanted to like become a guinea pig for some fucking corpo company, fucking working on that shit, and just like, please, if you just give me one, fucking cut it off and just do whatever you want. But in the end, let me fucking use it, okay? Like anything with cybernetics, I'll just listen to, So sure, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll listen to that.
I wish real life was like creepypastas where like they would just pay you to get like tested on, like the government. I would totally volunteer.
Yeah, and dude, like all those fucking pastas, man. Like, yeah, I wish that shit was more frequent. Like, if some dude would just show up to your house, hey, you wanna test out our nuclear heart or some shit, and I'm like, yeah, and it's like a or whatever. Like, what the fuck, man?
It's
I
like
don't
I
know.
have nothing to live for. Go for it, bro.
Here- the thing is like I got into that. I was listening to that, and around high school, I just stopped. But and I was like, because it didn't really do it for me. But you know what's really like, honestly, what does it for me now is the fact that like a couple of situations in those pastas have been real, basically just by reading unclassified documents, and that's what really fucking gets me. Like that shit gets me like cooking because it's like, oh, it was real. It was
Sometimes I take elements of real things, in my opinion, and they'll like do that type of shit with it. I mean, Philippe Mainlander just thought of like, how if God's perfect, why would he create anything, And then he was like, surely a perfect God would never create anything. And then he was like, but things exist, so why would a God create anything? And then he was like, well, why would a God do anything at all? And then he was like, a God was perfect that would have no reason to do anything at all. Shit. I think God killed itself and became the universe. Sometimes people just have like that logic, and I've heard like a creepypasta where it was like God kills itself and became the universe, and like it was like the angels were like feeding people who died their like souls to God to try to like prolong its like death involuntarily against its will so that they could survive. And yeah, it's like wild shit like that.
well, that goes back to us being nerfed as a species because you know about the Tower of Babel.
Yeah.
Like I won't get into it. What I believe, I believe every single instance of God in every single religion is literally just these beings, because they actually masqueraded as gods here, and they some of them were taking the energy of people that were worshiping them, like getting them to do these horrific like sacrificial acts using dark energy to feed them, and others were, of the light, things like that, like and man, it's just like that goes back like what I always thought as a kid when I heard that story about the fucking Tower of Babel, because I grew up Catholic, like I'm not anymore, but and I'm just thinking, I'm like, if it says in the story that all the different human beings came together to essentially build a tower, like using their pure intelligence to create a tower to rise into the heavens. Now that can mean a lot of things, but what I'm basically trying to say is why I always thought, why would God, if he was all loving and perfect, right? Why would he want? Why would he then divide us into different languages so that we could never do that again? Like, why would he see us, you know, all working together in unison to do a goal, like basically humanity unified, and then he's like, oh, nah, fuck
He's
that.
like, he's like, nah. You know what would be better? Warfare and y'all tearing each other apart. You know, let's just do that
Yeah,
instead.
let me divide us into language. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing is what I've always just been like, what the like some things don't make sense.
Yeah,
And
no loving God would do that. No loving God would make me fail out of Spanish class this semester and have to take it again during the summer.
oh, you serious?
Yeah, no joke. I mean, I dropped out right before I failed, but no joke. I fucking suck at Spanish. Like I am not good at learning foreign languages. Not my forte. Plus, I'm just more of like as you could say a cultural annihilationist. Like I believe that they should just like try to become unified in like our culture. I don't care which culture it is. I'm just like fuck having all these languages and like being like, oh, it's so cool though having our unique thing, blah blah blah. I don't care about anybody's unique little thing. It's just like whatever results in the minimization of suffering should go. And communication is key in suffering reduction. So it's like, why should we have all these unique languages? It's like, no, goodbye. So that's my opinion on cultures.
Yeah, that's the literal like art. That's the thing I was telling like my dad the other day when I'm talking to him about this crap. Because yeah, it's just like if all the languages of the world were, you know, disappeared, we would then understand that oh, we really are just the same human being, just saying the different tongues. That's all it fucking is. And the people would people like want to talk and be like, oh, why can't we all fucking get along and shit, and just work together as one species. I wonder if we're ever gonna fucking reach that one day. When based on my research, we literally we fucking had that. We fucking had that already, pre 12,000 years ago, and we were too fucking powerful, and we already reached that point, and they've man, I'm just like I'm a fucking schizo.
I mean, you said it, not me.
Yeah.
To be fair, though, I think a lot of people are. I mean, it's like 2% of the population is diagnosed with schizophrenia, and that's 2% diagnosed. Most people don't actually go to get diagnosed, especially considering if you're schizophrenic, you're either going to believe you're not schizophrenic or you're going to believe you're not schizophrenic and you're not going to have anybody around to help you, and hence you're going to probably end up on the streets, and hence there's predictions that like literally 30% to 60% of people on the street are schizophrenic essentially. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's like potentially higher, closer to the 60% area. So it's like, yeah, and basically like every 10 homeless people you see, 6 of them have schizophrenia essentially, or schizotypical personality disorder, or schizoid essentially, something where it's like on the schizophrenia spectrum essentially, and they're not able to function. Basically, is like what a large statistic says is a probability, and I wouldn't believe that that would be wrong. I mean, it seems very likely that like if you see the people that are either cracked out on some of a drug or they're cracked out from their own mind. So they're either like in a psychosis induced from drugs or they're basically schizophrenic.
And both, man, because
Yeah.
like schizoids on like coke, that's fucking nuts to me. That's schizoids. Some schizoids do drugs still.
Oh, I believe it. I mean, I know a schizophrenic, not personally, but a YouTuber that I'm subscribed to. He's schizophrenic apparently, and he does meth. So
Jeez.
Yeah, he's homeless, but he's a real cool dude, and for the most part, he's an EFIList in the EFIList community. So I mean, he has some wild thoughts. He believes in like the Great Reset and stuff like that too. You guys probably get along quite a bit, actually.
Oh
But
shit.
he's basically like if you took me and then you took your ideology and basically mushed them together, and he is basically just like rebel against the alien overlords, stop reproducing, like they want us to be enslaved. It's all a system from the elites, man. And, like he's basically if you took your ideology and then like took like extremely anarcho communist ideology, and then you took me and then you like mushed all three of us together, and then that would be like basically what he is like you plus an anarcho-communist plus me, and then smush them together, and then me, which basically just means me because I'm basically EFILism as a person. I'm basically just the ideology at this point summed up in a human being with friends and stuff.
Are,
I'm like,
are there any viewers on here? Because I want to mention something. I just don't want to. Well,
not at the moment.
do people usually join? I don't know.
Sometimes people will dip in here and watch. People don't actually like join the conversation ever. Occasionally, like if Perpetual Pleasurist comes on here, he's a Gnostic YouTuber. He might join the conversation, but that would be like if he were to notice this is even live. So no one's gonna join the conversation most likely, and I highly doubt anybody's really gonna be watching. Besides like random people that are on YouTube, they happen to like be like, oh, let's go into the live section and search by like new or something, and happen to see it. So
Man, I mean, okay, so this guy that you just mentioned, has he mentioned something called Hyperborea?
Gnostic Angelandalist or Perpetual Pleasurist, him.
Yeah.
He might have mentioned it before. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he's mentioned it in his past videos because he's talked a lot about Gnosticism and various religious topics, and I've only recently discovered his channel, but I don't remember him bringing up the term.
I mean, okay, well, you see, it's just what it is a misconstruction of the truth. But it's such a funny, like, in my opinion, a funny misconstruction of the truth that it's kind of honestly horrifying as well that some people believe that rather than the truth. So based on what I told you, I believe that we were genetically engineered and all that, like what I was telling you. But let's like all of humanity. But let's take that aside. Let's wipe the slate clean and let's just say that okay, there was an ideology that was born that for some reason, and I don't know why. God, that some people believe that white people were the first, and that they were the first genetically engineered, and they're the most supreme and closest to the ones that put us here. So that when you study things like what the Third Reich was doing and shit like that, that's where a lot of these guys' ideologies come from. Mainly stemming like, oh, we're not from here, we're fucking from outer space. When they fail to understand that every single fucking human ethnicity on this planet is from outer space. It's just they want to subjugate it just for them so that they can keep being a neo-Nazi and distort esotericism, and it's just retarded. I'm so sorry. Like I to these people, like I just don't understand. Like when you even look at the genome makeup, like I can completely destroy their fucking argument just by telling them this one thing that'll make their toes curl. They even joke about it, how basically like how they have they say that this giant, huge, elongated headed black man created the white race called Yakbuk. And I have him in a meme, but I um, yeah, basically, it's just like you're literally just distorting it so that you guys can feel better about yourselves when it was literally everyone. But it's you don't understand how crazy it goes. Like it's crazy. Like when you look at all religions, they have things like I was saying, like quantum physics and stuff, and esoteric knowledge. Oh, it's just so deep and like ingrained. Like it was impossible for them to know absolutely everything they were writing. Like it was that it was passed down higher knowledge, but um the gist of it is like what you were saying about how like the overlords or the alien over that he believes in the alien overlords. Like okay, there that is true, but there's also like the other side of them that like because there was two different competing sides that just had different takes on what we should be, and it's just like what is it? They believe in a thing, or this quote. They say like billions must die, and they're referring to every other race except for them. And it's just like, what the fuck are you retards talking about? Like, and like they even the people that put us here, like knew understood that we have to have genetic diversity so we don't all come out like like what the fuck is wrong with these people? I don't know. You can look it up. You type that in, you'll see the symbol. You'll see the black sun, and you know, there's just a lot of.
No, I believe that there's racist of all sorts. I didn't like. There are literally like eco racists that people like were like save the planet by like cleansing it of like like stuff like that. Like there's
Yeah.
literally like eco fascists. There's so many forms of racism and Nazism that it's unbelievable. Like frankly, so I'm completely I'm baffled, but at the same time I'm not baffled that like they're alien Nazis. They're like the aliens chose us.
And yeah, and it's just like it just stems from the fact that there are these there's a group of extraterrestrials called the Pleiadians or the Nordics or the blondes, whatever you want to call them, that they're just white, blue eyes, and blonde. When they fail to realize that there are like based on the research, at least like for every ethnicity, there was a source extraterrestrial that it came from because this planet was a seed colony, and you know there was none that was really like more superior than the other. They were all working in unison to get this project going, and it's just like so retarded. You know how many accounts, and I'll send you the witness drawings and the descriptions of these, African extra, Native American, the Chinese looking. You wouldn't fucking believe what people describe going into ships like with white rooms, and they just see like some '70s looking dude with an afro. He's just like, "Come to me, my child." Like in with the advanced technology, it's fucking incredible. Like it sounds like the best fever dream ever, but it's like fucking real. It's all real. Like our ancestors are in the stars like right now, and you wouldn't believe it, man. I mean,
I don't know, man. I don't believe it just because I'm a pro-mortalist, and once you turn pro-mortalist, your perspective of what it means to be like a higher being kind of shifts. Like you're just like the more woke you are, the more you realize that like life is inherently just consumption, reproduction, addiction, and parasitism, and just parasiting off of each other. It's just being addicted to things and parasiting off of each other. So.
I mean, what do you? I mean, you understand that the thing about everything that a human being thinks about is, or every action they do is for a biological function. You understand that? Ugh. It's just like, I always thought about that until I discovered, things like, the like that we have a light body, that it's not just, we don't just have a physical body, we have a soul that it works different, and how it's just then it's just described in a lot of religions, but scientifically we have like that quantum energy, that there's only you that exists, everyone is unique. And so what I'm trying to say is like, man, you know, I think about this every fucking second of the day when I take a shit, man. I okay, well, that essentially, what if you were doing something that was not for a biological function? Like, what if, and you know, to escape the mortality, right? And that's what this is really a lot is all about, is that through ascension you can escape mortality. You can achieve almost anything that is sought to be science fiction, or just like absolute pure you know, you can all, like, you can do things once you escape mortality through ascension, like because like I believe, like, you know, like reincarnation stuff, because there's some scientific backing to that. That's the only reason why I believe in it. um but you see, these beings, they've reached such a high level with technology and everything, that they don't have to reincarnate. They can just incarnate into a body that they literally select, like a new body that they want to select, and they won't lose any of the memories that they had previously. Like they constantly talk about that to abductees, and some military sources have said they constantly talk about that, about how they when they had a physical body is always going to die, but
You cut out again. I imagine you said something about like their physical body dying and then like they implant their brains or something. But
hello,
hello, you
yeah,
cut out for a minute.
what was the last thing I said?
You said something about like they have a physical body that dies, but and then you cut out.
Well, yeah, they always know that their physical body's going to die, because it's just a part of the third, you know, the dimension. But their higher being is always going to be. It's where in reality people don't. In my opinion, people don't understand that we're immortal, but not physically. And the thing is like they've reached a level where they don't have to, you know, forget all of it when they reincarnate into something else, and they choose what they want to incarnate into. They choose it, um, like what body, and they don't forget any. They get the advantage. So you can imagine, once they discover this, they've been doing this for millions and millions and millions a year. You could imagine the absolute higher, like what a being can achieve simply from not forgetting, like from not dying and not having to restart again. And it's just like, that's what I kind of want to do, is like talk to you about this, because like I'm trying to tell you there is a way we can escape that endless perpetual cycle of fucking pain and suffering through ascension, because we'll be able to escape mortality as a whole.
I
Like
mean,
just
I
like
think we can escape it an easier way, which would be just by like preventing things from being reborn in general. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's the goal. That's exactly what they're doing. They're literally transferring their souls into the other bodies once the old body gives out. And they've talked about doing that to human beings, because some human beings play a vital role on this planet and they can't afford to have them die right now. They talk about abducting people. Like I sound like a fucking schizoid right now, but
Just a little bit.
they talk about abducting people that serve vital roles on this planet, however significant, however small it might be, and knowing that they're going to die, and transferring their bodies into a different body that they've created for them, identical to it, and then putting them back as if nothing. They You have no idea how deep this shit goes, and I literally am like insane about it, because I realize, like, I think I found God. We are God.
I mean, I don't disagree with the idea that we are parts of God, because I believe in Philippe Mainlander's idea that the whole universe is God, basically like panpsychism, but cosmic suicide, and there's no like spiritual value of it. It's not like anything positive, in my opinion. But we are God's decaying corpse, and the universe will eventually collapse because of entropy, which is just fulfilling God's will, in my opinion. But in a way, I do agree that we are technically God, in a way.
Yeah, I mean, uh, let me think. Uh, Man, it's just like some of the shit that you'll hear from abductees, and the thing is, it's like I'm not telling you like one specific account. I'm telling you like ideas that I get from hearing all of them around the world. They generally say some, like a lot of them say the same things, at least from the better encounters. Because you know how I told you like this universe works on yin yang forces. Like there's a balance between the dark and the light. That it's a choice you can make as a conscious being whether you want to be of the dark or the light. Well, it's the same thing outside of Earth. That there are good and there are bad. There beings that are going to choose to do harm, or to us, or treat us like animals, or neutral, or um be hostile or positive, and they all have their own different agendas. Oh shit. Do you mind if I come back like much later?
I might not be streaming then, but yeah, if I am, then sure.
Oh shit. I might have to go like right now.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, man.
It was a good
Sorry.
conversation, though.
Sorry to cut it off like this, but all right.
No, it's fine. Ciao. Take care.
All right, man. I'll see you.
That was a good conversation. Um, been going for like 6.5 hours though, so I'm gonna end it just because I don't think I have much time left in terms of free streaming.